this looks fucking neat. Like, this looks interesting to me. I would probably really enjoy this game. Maybe in, like, another lifetime. I'll just play a shit ton of War in the East and just, like, never worry about anything else. Just never play another video game. Because, like, what else do you need? Just play War in the East forever. It's like... I feel like there's a world where tabletop board wargaming becomes like Paradox games. I feel like there's a world where that happens, but it's a world that's very far away. But Diamond, it's good to see you as well. Anyway, that was a fucking wild tangent. We should play some Longdeath, shouldn't we? $2.11. Longdeath. I know you play as dwarfs in chess. I mean, like, why do you need to play anything else? Frankly. Stone's a little depressed again, but nothing being in the military won't fix. As for actual population, we're currently at 31 dwarves. I tried to bring back some criminals, and they turned on me, and that was bad. We're at 37 total dwarves because we brought in some merchants. So I do have 3 unnamed merchants. If anybody would like a really old merchant that may just randomly keel over and die, because I'm pretty sure these ones are... They could die anytime, any spring, basically. They're very old. But the actual living dwarves are Apostle, Axon, Candle Pixie, Chimp, the Squoid, Beelug the Second, Taurus, Danny UG, Ghost, Vuzzle Vuzzle, Vinsati the Second, Goffer the Second, Lilam Katsu, Patchwork, Defcom, Kade the King, of course, Tiny Goliath, Ryan the Second, Sparkly 4K, Black Hole, Simplex, Trees, Blue Water, Cannon Fodder, Coldfire the Second, Woe Is Me, Narvicious, Vim ML, and Abe Exendi, Stone, Corvinus, and Clay, Peter, and Crow. Earth have been strike. Consider Earth struck. I got some buzzards stealing my shit, and there's dead buzzards in the tavern, who I should deal with. And then, after a little bit, we're going to lock dwarves back inside. I kicked Brander out again. He murdered somebody again. Yeah. He murdered a merchant, but still. You play Age of Sigmar every other week, and for you, a lot of the fun is painting the models with friends. I feel like in another life, I would get way into Warhammer tabletop stuff. But it's the cost to entry and the space required for that. Hey, stupid. How you do? It's the cost of entry and the amount of space that stuff requires that is heavily pushing me away from that shit. Heavily. But I don't know. I think that the more, well, rather, the more roguelikes I play, the more I really would like to go to the roguelike celebration the next time that happens in person. I think that's going to be the only convention I go to the year that conventions start to happen again, is I'm going to try and go to the roguelike celebration. Just because I'd really, really, really like to get to know more people who make these games. And I'd really just like to have that opportunity. Some of the nicest things people have said to me this year is, like, around the time I put out the Jupiter Hell video, I had some people say it's like, man, this is like up there with roguelike radio. And it's like, nah, I'm nowhere near close to roguelike radio. Don't give me those levels of compliments. I'm not ready for that shit, but it's still very nice of people to say things like that. Still nice of people to say things like that. So, Stupid, you're asking on Discord about record players. Do you want just, like, brand? Like, what's your budget? I'll ask you that. What's your budget? And then I can give you some options, I guess. The elves have arrived to trade because we're in springtime still. $800 US. Well, that's plenty. Oh. So you're talking like, do you have anything, or are you talking like you need the player, speakers, and amplifier? Because like a U-turn orbit, you could get one with or without an amplifier. Project also makes good stuff. Fluence also makes good stuff, but that's a really good place to start, I would say, right there. Especially if you want something that's very sleek and modern looking. But U-turn orbit and actually, this is kind of funny. I'm looking at U-turn Audio's website right now. This is the same IKEA thing that I got to hold my records. But yeah, U-turn makes really good stuff if you want that sort of stuff. Also, Riptorus, it's good to see you, by the way. Hopefully you're doing well. Your dwarf is still a creature of legend, frankly. You don't have any equipment? All right. Well, that's a pretty good place to start because they'll sell you either a record player and an amplifier, or just a record player with an amplifier built in, or just the record player and you can get your own separate amplifier. And then after that, you just need speakers. So that would probably be a pretty good place to start, especially if you have a little bit more of a budget. I would recommend U-turn. U-turn or Project, but the project stuff is a little bit more expensive. But here's a link. The project stuff is a little bit more expensive and not necessarily nicer. Oh, they're not done unpacking. Come on, elves. We're all ready to go, and you guys are still unpacking your shit. Come on. But yeah, no, if you have a record player budget, that's a good place to start. It's a fun hobby, though. And then obviously you got to get yourself some records. But if you have a close by record shop, most record shops have very cheap bins, so records themselves can actually be quite. Oh, that's why it's taking them so long. Why are those ones moving so slowly? Weird. Like they've got yaks and one's got a yak and the other's got a horse. What are you carrying that's so heavy? Hey, Kravicus, how's things? Yeah, that too. I mean, if you want to go for something used, like you can get a basic amplifier for not much, or even like a new basic amplifier in like electronics store, as long as it has phono. You have a record shop nearby. You could also just like pop in there because most record shops will also sell vintage equipment and just see what they have that's like used. You might find a good deal. Like I was in a record shop relatively recently with my parents. And a breeding pair of wolves. That I'll take. That I will take. I was in a record shop relatively recently, and they just straight up had, like, full setups that you could just buy of vintage gear. You finished Act 1 of Witcher 2, so you're just, like, powering through Witcher 2 now that you finished Witcher 1? Thank you, elves, for the vegetables and such. 15 hours in 3 days? Oh, that's where you've been. Well, has it been fun? It's a good amount of time for 3 days, man. It's a good amount of time for 3 days. It's good, but the combat is a bit lackluster. Yeah, I don't know. I bounced off of The Witcher 1 around the time Witcher 2 was coming out. I bought Witcher 1 and tried it and bounced off it. Tried The Witcher 2 around the time Witcher 3 was coming out and bounced off it. And then tried The Witcher 3 once for about 5 minutes and was like, nah, this isn't for me. So that's kind of my experience with the Witcher games. Perhaps in another universe I'd like those games, but I don't think they're for me. I love this dwarf that's just serving wine. I've got 2 bartenders right now. Because I've only got dwarves in my bar, that I don't really have problems with them drowning anybody, fortunately. I was unaware that there was a waypoint problem. So there you go. There you go. Well, I mean, it would be dwarves from a completely different universe, but sure. So when you set a waypoint and follow it to your destination without immersing yourself in the world? Oh, so like modern video game bullshit design. Gotcha. I mean, my receiver, Crocodile, is from 92. So, yes. 90s receiver still had phono inputs. But a lot of people, Crocodile, don't necessarily want to just go diving into buying vintage stuff. Like, a lot of people just want to be able to buy something that works. So sometimes it's worth it. And as somebody who got a bunch of vintage stuff and then had to pay a lot of money to get it fixed up and repaired, if I were to do it again, I could have invested the same amount of money and just gotten a bunch of new stuff. So I think for people that are just trying to get into the hobby, unless like you're way into the idea of owning a bunch of vintage audio equipment, just get the new shit. Like, just buy new stuff because it'll be built just about as well. And assuming you go with a good brand, you'll get good stuff. About new amps that have phono? I mean, Project Audio and U-Turn Audio both sell phono amps. So if you want to buy a separate phono amp, they just sell those. So, like, yes, it'll cost you an extra $100 or whatever on top of it for a box that's just phono amplification, but like you can buy those direct from them and not have to worry about buying a used unit and then that used unit maybe not working properly or having to clean it. You know, like I enjoy that portion of the hobby, I think, but I know some people who don't have any interest in that part of the hobby. But, you know, whatever works for people. What time of year are we in? Mid-spring? Let's lock the dwarves in the bunker. Although, before I do that, I'm going to quickly make 3 ballista arrows. Quickly got to do that. Remember, chat room, if you want to help the stream directly without throwing money at me or anything, if you have social media or a friends list or a Discord server, plop the stream in there. Send some other people over because it's been a really slow couple of weeks views-wise, and anything that you guys can do to indirectly or directly help would be very much appreciated. Your most concentrated gaming session was a 5-day gaming session where you only slept an average of 6 hours. Oh, you slept a whole 6 hours? My most intense year of games, I was playing, it was about 140 hours a week of one game. I did that for about 6 months. Basically, I did not, like, I was sleeping like maybe 2 to 4 hours a night. Maybe. Sometimes I would play for like 30 plus hours straight. Like all day, all night, all day, all night. And then sleep. This was when I was like a surly 16-year-old who just hated everything, which lasted for about a year. Which is also what happens when you graduate school early. And then I got a job, and then I basically was working ever since. Was Europa Universalis 4, and it would hurt your head if you slept less? Yeah, no, that's fair. You shouldn't sleep less. I mean, I've probably taken years off my life for the amount that I've not slept in my life. Organizing a dodging demonstration. Good stuff. How's Stone's mental health doing? All fix. Good stuff. One night, 3 hours of sleep, you can do. I mean, here, to be clear, I couldn't do that anymore. Blind her learn to hate things a bit less. I fucking grew up, man. I grew up. Like, here's the thing. You joke, Cooler, but I used to be such an angry person. Like, holy hell. Like, I've completely mellowed out. It's like, now I'm just sassy and I can get grumpy sometimes, but my God, compared to what I used to be like, it's a wonder that anybody acknowledges my existence. Like, I was a shitty teenager once. So was everybody, though. It's like, imagine the way I act now, but, like, plus also anxiety and teenagerhood. Besides Cooler, I genuinely believe that you grossly exaggerate how angry I am as a person. You grossly over-exaggerate it. Because you think it's funny when it upsets me. You currently have 457 hours on it because that was a game. I mean, all of those games that I played, that I was talking about, aren't tracked because none of them were on Steam. They were all like free-to-play games like League of Legends and Crossfire and fucking Allegiance of Valiant Arms and all those other free games because I wasn't allowed to play games that cost money because my parents wouldn't pay for games that looked violent. So if I wanted to play a game like Counter-Strike, I wasn't allowed to play Counter-Strike because Counter-Strike was violent. But because I didn't have to ask my parents for permission to download a free-to-play game, I could just download a free-to-play game and play it, even if it was violent. I certainly wouldn't want to meet me from when I was 16. I would have banned me when I was 16. I mean, if, like, me from the past showed up in my chat, I would have banned me years ago. Which is kind of funny. It's like, there's a bunch of people that I used to play a lot of games with, right? That I played games with back in those days. And I think only one of them isn't banned. Most of them are just straight up banned here. Because, like, they just acted in a way that I wouldn't accept in my chat, right? And when people act that way, it's like, well, that's not how I want people in my chat to treat other people. So, yeah, we can't do that. AVA? Yeah. I mean, please don't describe things being shitty with cancer. I've lost too many people to cancer. Cravicus, it's just a shitty thing to do. Cancer is cancer. Communities are not cancer. It's okay. It's something that I used to, something I used to do a shit ton until I, grew up a bit. All right, so we are done with that. Let's put them into the celebration thing and lock them up here. I hope they go make friends. Yeah, no, it's just like, there's lots of things I used to do and say that I used to think were acceptable as a younger child who was uneducated and a bit of a shitter. And full of anxiety and stress and other dumb shit. And now, I've grown up a bit. A bit. I'm still a shitter, but at least now I'm self-aware. But yes, League of Legends competitive is insufferable. I quit it because it was affecting my personal relationships and ability to be human. So I quit that shit. Yeah, I mean, you're currently a teenager, but, like, you're probably already doing better than I was. Probably already doing better than I was. Frankly, I mean, It's kind of a miracle that I turned out all right. I'll put it that way. It's kind of a miracle. But then again, like I think anybody at any point can probably look back and 6 months later and be like, or 6 years later and be like, fuck, I was an idiot. Speaking of good music, Ben Prunty just released pre-orders for the Below Zero Subnautica soundtrack. So FTL composer just released pre-orders for the Subnautica Below Zero soundtrack, if anybody wants to pre-order that. I mean, not like it's going to be limited quantities when it's actually out, but just like maybe keep an eye out. Because that's going to be good music. Time is the best teacher. You had one person that was openly racist, and your dad hired him to follow you around. You last saw him when he insulted people at some at a bus station, and how's that relevant to anything? So you know someone who is openly racist and a shithead. So what's your point? Are you saying that they've improved, or are they just still an asshole? Because clearly then you fucked up your job if you didn't help improve them at all. I'm not sure how that's relevant, I guess is what I'm saying. Not sure how that's relevant. You don't know how old the Stone username is? Blind IRL became a username in 2009. It was my Heroes of New Earth account, and then my League of Legends account shortly after. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't understand what the point is. It's like you knew an asshole. I mean, I've met many assholes, but like stating that you knew an asshole, like I don't understand the how that is adding to the discussion in any way. Like what are you trying to make a point? Like I don't get it. That's the problem I'm having is I don't understand what the point of stating that is. They will meet their match? No. Most assholes need to be put in their place. But I just don't see how that benefits the discussion here. It's like, I was talking about, like, I guess, indirectly self-development and becoming a better person over time and growing up and learning stuff. And this then, stupid's just like, I knew a person who was an asshole. They still are an asshole. It's like, well, what does that do? I don't get it. Many people have known assholes. What's your point? I, too, have known people who are asinine fucks. I don't really go bragging about it, I guess. But whatever. I've kind of, I don't understand the point of bringing that up, but it is what it is, I guess. Dwarves, 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 dwarves. So many dwarves. Yeah, I'll be honest. I am very beyond the worried point. The King of Dwarves is just fine. Like, literally no changes. Happy about most things. Satisfied about their living space. Happy with a all their stuff getting met and all their demands getting met. So, the king of our faction is quite happy, I would say, from what I've seen. Worried about what? Population dwindling? Is what I'm worried about. Our long-term survival is what I'm worried about. Those are the two things that I'm worried about. Because we've stopped getting migrant waves entirely. So it's just a matter of forcing them to do this. Betty wants more ballista arrows? Not currently. Although, I'm not allowed to export ballista arrows. So I have to keep the ballista arrows. Yeah. Although, I do think it would be kind of fun if we had, like, a dwarf left in this fortress at some point. I feel like that would be kind of fun. Just a single dwarf left in Longdeath. Kind of a weird tale, now, wouldn't it? I'm still just very much hoping that we hit 500 years. I have a feeling that it's kind of unlikely, but would be kind of funny if we watched a fortress slowly die out. Don't say that, Longdeath forever. I mean, there's part of me that feels like a lot of the people who've been watching this fortress have gotten kind of bored of it, which I don't blame them for. It's a lot of the same, but... So I don't think it's necessarily Longdeath forever. I do like this fortress a whole lot, but... interest from audience seems to kind of go up and down. Slow, painful mercury poisoning? I don't know about that. Painful is only, maybe set a side goal? Like what? Painful is only painful if it's upsetting, but I don't know. If the fortress dies, the fortress dies. So be it. But hopefully, I mean, like, we haven't really... Every time we've dipped below 30 dwarves, we've spiked back up above 30 dwarves pretty quickly. No. Grabicus. So here's the thing. You're like, maybe set a side goal, right? Sure. But, like, what's the point of setting a side goal that could potentially just kill my fortress? I really don't want to do that. I really, 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 really don't want to do that. It's like... There is stuff I'm already doing, but, like, here's the thing. If I start hollowing out the cavern layer beneath me, what am I going to do on year 800? Because I'm only on year 200, right? Currently, my side goal is to build this giant above-ground fortress. Later, I'll dig down, but I need to work on what I'm working on, which I'm already doing. I'm slowly doing this construction. Yeah, sure, if visitors would like to show up, everything's open to visitors. I haven't had a visitor in like 100 years. Quite literally, haven't had a visitor in like 100 years. So, I mean, I did have one human in the fortress early on, in the first 100 years. There was Semtaxagon, who was a human who hung out and did human things. I made them human-sized clothes and everything. No, we haven't gotten visitors. Same like no migrants. Like, it's just the game, in theory, isn't working because... there is a memory issue at Dwarf Fortress where if you have more than 3,000 dead, you stop getting migrants and you stop getting visitors. We've had more than 3,000 dead for about 100 years now. So we haven't gotten migrants and we haven't gotten visitors in we haven't had visitors in like 150 years, 200 almost, it feels like, maybe not 200, but like about 150 years, I would say, since we last got a visitor. Because we used to get the one human and then one goblin that was friends with the human, and one other human that was also friends with the human that would show up every year, but they stopped coming a long time ago. As I assume the humans have both died of old age, and the goblin eventually just left, never came back. It was a goblin hunter, I think. No, DF wasn't designed for this. Exactly. Well, I mean, it's not something that can be fixed with this fort. Have we contacted all the friendly civs? Not all, well, all of the civs, yes. I haven't forced the elves to give me tribute because I'm already at peace with them. I've completely ignored the other dwarven civ, the healing rim, who we're at peace with. I'd be kind of there's a dwarven. I always forget that this Hillix is taken over by goblins. I guess in theory I could demand tribute from them, but I don't want to go to war with them. Is there any way to increase speed? It's called increasing frame rate, and frame rate's going to naturally slow over time, so no. Unless I just like let the fortress run overnight 24/7, which in theory I could do, but like then I wouldn't be streaming it anymore, and what's the point? It completely defeats the point if I'm just letting it run overnight. Like quite literally completely defeats the purpose. If I retire and unretire the fortress, wouldn't that just be like breaking the whole line of the entire thing? I have no idea if that would reset. I would assume that would reset the memory issue, but that would also like quite literally just like, at least for me personally, destroy the continuity of the entire fortress. Aqua. Why is it dangerous to retire and unretire the fortress? Why in the world would that be dangerous? It just skips the game time forward by 3 weeks and messes everything up, or makes everything really messy. Throws objects everywhere, that's all it really does. And then there'd probably be a few new dwarves in the fortress. Yeah, exactly. It's like it would completely change the whole series. Well, here's the thing, right? It's like it's a suggestion, but like one of the things that I said that I would do at the very start of this whole thing, we're just kind of talking about it. Picture point. What's up, man? The one of the things that I stated that I was going to do at the beginning was I was not going to retire it. Like quite literally, that was the kind of agreed thing, is that I was not going to retire it, because if I retire it, then that's not 1,000 years of Longdeath. That's no longer 1,000 years of Longdeath. The biggest problem that I have right now is I need these dwarves to breed. We have about 3 families that are completely separate, so in theory they could make friends and make babies. But if they're not doing that, if all I'm doing is working them on projects, then as the numbers drop, the projects become more strenuous and they're spending more time working instead of just, being dwarves. And they, stop making friends, they stop breeding and everything else. They need to hang loose and bang. Yeah, basically. They need to pull their pants down and be dwarves. Yeah, there's no way to tell at the moment, Stone. And like, if I start going after mega projects, which is more interesting to watch, it almost seals the deal to guarantee that we're going to die. Hey, Kravik, because you have a good night, man. I mean, I wish it would work. It's not working. Picture point. That's the frustrating thing. So like that's the hard part with this fortress right now, is it's like the only way to guarantee long-term survival is to make the streams extremely boring. But if I make the streams boring for a period of time, then we can have spats of really interesting shit, right? Like there's like multiple forgotten beasts in the basement, for example, and a vampire in the walls. Like that shit's interesting. And yes, I would like to go start hollowing out the caverns, but if I were to do that, that would be such a large undertaking and such a large job that my dwarves wouldn't get together and make kids. So I need to have a couple of couples frequently creating new children, and currently we have none. There is nobody who is actively having babies right now in this fortress. So until we get to that point, how many dwarves would be ideal? I'd like to have 56, which is what my population cap is. But like, even when I go to request merchants now, half the time I don't get dwarves. It's a tricky thing, right, Frogfire? Because like, I want to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years. That's the goal, right? But the direct problem with keeping the fortress alive for 1,000 years is, for some people, it's really fucking boring to watch, right? And I am a streamer who needs to be entertaining, right? So I, on one hand, am very much enjoying this process of streaming this fortress. I mean, I'm glad you do, picture point. But also, like, there's 47 people watching the stream right now. And it's not that 47 people isn't a lot. But I need more than that. And that's just kind of a fact. It's like, mathematically, I shouldn't be able to be making a living with the number of people watching. Like, I don't see it as super sustainable. So we need those numbers to go up. And I think the Steam version will definitely help with that. But I don't think that Longdeath is necessarily helping with that. Although on the flip side, Longdeath is doing really well on my YouTube channel. Like almost once or twice a week, I get a few comments saying on the first part of Longdeath saying, I'm going to start watching all of Longdeath. And I always scratch my head and say, well, good luck, because like, I'd love for you to make it through and get to the end of it. I'd love for you to watch all of it. And let me know when you make it to the most recent part. And I've had a few people catch up, and that part's really cool. So it's kind of becoming like this weird, almost podcasty web series that's running in the background that a lot of people seem to really enjoy, and clearly enjoy listening to me ramble like this over Dwarves. But I guess until the Steam version comes out, there isn't going to be that big influx. And when the Steam version comes out, I'm going to have to do all the crazy shit, you know, minecarts, corpse grinders, all that fun, dumb shit. And like shotguns, lava cannons, you know, building impulse ramps and all of that fun, good shenanigans is something that we need to do once the Steam version comes out. But until then, it's like, well, even if I am doing different forts every week, like, I don't know if it's necessarily going to help me statistically all that much. It's this really weird kind of, how do I maintain a viable income off of Twitch? An impulse ramp, that's where you use mine carts to get stuff up from underground. It's basically like exponential speed for mine carts. Just go look them up on the DF wiki and it'll explain it. Investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets, so I'm gonna do that. So like, yeah, no, it's very much a kind of a tricky balancing act, because I really want this fortress to do well. And screens like this, where literally everybody is just like green and in the socializing aspect, this is what we need. And if we start like getting large spats of children, fortress is fine. I can go start doing big projects again. We can build another maze. Like when I built that maze down here, this maze, when I built this, we had 55 dwarves and we were still getting migrants, because I could very easily just dedicate like a third of my fortress or more to just digging all the time. And that was when we built this. But then we stopped getting migrants at a point. And ever since then, it's like, you know? But I think at very minimum for me with this fortress, I would like to surpass Arch Crystal, which was 470 years. So if I could get this to like 550, I'd be happy, even if it's like a failure, objectively. So, I don't know. I think if we could do half a millennia, that would be cool. Arch Crystal is such a good name for a fort. Dude, Longdeath is such a good name for a fort. Like, really? Calling a fortress Longdeath? God, it's such a good name. Such a good name. Some of Stone's best work, frankly. King wants more ballista arrows. I think I'll give them until summer, and then I'll... Yeah, Stone came up with it. One of a few suggestions that the best one won. Yeah, I mean, when Longdeath was suggested, we were all just like, yep. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. For sure. So yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what to do with this fortress. I I don't know. Chat, do you guys find this fortress interesting? Do you guys enjoy this very slow crawling process of, this dwarves in the background with streamer talking? Because, there's what, 40, 50 of you guys watching right now? It's got to be something. So this just happens to be the worst season for streams. Okay, we're out of alcohol in the tavern. Time to let everybody out. Here you guys get to go do other things now. The second I start seeing blue arrows, it means we're out of alcohol on the pub floor. That is a pretty big alcohol store pile right there, but it does empty out. Yeah, see, they're all storing items in barrels and bringing stuff up and harvesting plants and whatnot. I mean, that would make the stream 1,000 times more boring, but okay. I don't see how that would do anything. Because if I'm editing stuff, I'm not talking. You do realize that would be very boring to watch. And you do not want to watch me edit. Editing is one of those tasks that I can do where if I'm editing, that's all I'm doing. Long Fortress? I mean, Long Fortress would be really good for a long map, but yeah. Make some music. How about this? I like your suggestions, Diamond. Please stop suggesting non-video game related things to how to make Longdeath more interesting, because that's not what I'm going to do. It's absolutely not what I'm going to do. You're suggesting things that I can do when I'm not streaming that are not things that I will stream. Yeah, totally, Taylor. Totally. I mean, if I didn't give a shit about actually playing Dwarf Fortress Diamond Destruct, I would just throw up Jackbox or some shit. But I do want to be focused on what's actually going on in the fortress, especially because, like, if I'm not paying any attention and I'm editing something in some other software, why am I even fucking streaming at that point? Might as well not be. I need you to go do mayor stuff. Or manager stuff. Well, I mean, it's mostly a challenge of, like, streamer insanity, less of gameplay difficulty. So it's a strange test of endurance. Which is, I guess, kind of unique. Yep, I have a god of lust and something. Or it's like love and something. Yeah, it's the male dwarf associated with lust. The embraced roses. Very popular dwarf god. What's Stone doing these days? Working out, then getting stressed, and then working out some more. That's like the life of Stone currently. Let's just hang out with people. Although you're actually feeling fondness when talking with your sibling, which I think is ironic because you were like really pissed off about gaining new siblings not too long ago. Where to put it? Which one did you get? Stupid. And did you get one with an amplifier built in? Or did you just get the record player? And then a separate amp. I like Longdeath too, Aqua. What I need is I need some way to. Okay, I'm gonna lift up the stats curtain for a minute here, right? There's 45 people watching right now, and that's because there are people who host me on Twitch. Some of you who watch the stream a lot may notice that something that very, very, very rarely happens here is we get raids from other channels. A lot of bigger channels are big because they get large numbers of raids from other larger channels. I think I can count on one hand of the number of times this channel has been raided this month. In the last 14 days, I think it's about 4 times. 3 of them were from my team. Now, when I say raids, I mean raids that are like higher than 5 viewers. I've had a couple more than that are very small, but people don't raid me. I am very much a quiet, off in the corner channel that nobody really seems to know exists outside of the people who watch me. Now, there are some channels that auto-host me, which help with stats and discoverability quite a bit. But recently, some of those channels that auto-host me have started auto-hosting some other people who have conflicting schedules with me. So, long story short, I haven't been getting numbers from the normal places that I normally would because people's schedules have changed. And so there is large numbers of eyeballs that are staring at other channels that auto-host me that are staring at other channels because they're auto-hosting other channels. So I am in this tricky spot of, number one, it's summertime. Number two, people are getting vaccinated, which is great, and going outside more. So there's less people watching Twitch. And number three, some of the largest sources of new views from my channel are currently null. So I am in a very tricky position currently of what the fuck do I do? Because suddenly, like, 40% of my channel's discoverability is just gone. Oh, you got the one with the preamp? Gotcha. Good stuff. Well, Orbit's a really, really, really nice record player. That's the one that Rhinestone has. That's the one that Rhinestone has. So now you just need speakers and then some records. Take pictures when it arrives, man. But yeah, no. So it's very much a tricky spot to be in as somebody like me, where it's like I have a small but very dedicated audience that supports me. And from what I can tell, I've got really good retention for that small and dedicated audience. But how do I double it? Or how do I grow it, even by like 10 to 15%? Because that is how a stream gains and maintains long-term longevity, right? So I'm in this tricky position of, okay, well, Longdeath is going. Dayforts are going. People, I think, enjoy those two things. People certainly like the Dwarf Fortress related things. I get overwhelmingly positive responses from the interviews I do with Tarn. Unfortunately, I can't just have Tarn on my stream every day. That would be a very good business model. But people love the stuff that I do with Tarn and really, really like the absurd amount of time that I put into editing the Jupiter Hell video and the Warsim video. But it hasn't really increased my viewership on my Twitch channel, which is where I make the vast majority of my money. And that's a really tricky place to be in as a streamer, because it's like, well, obviously what I'm doing works. And it's working because I'm here, I'm successful because I'm here, and I'm continuing. Oh, this is interesting. The Shadow Clock, My Love, authored by Lord Floof. This is a new book. Yeah, that's a new book. The Shadow Clock, My Love. So Lord Floof, who was one of the prisoners who got re-expelled, showed up, was here for like a year, wrote a book, or almost killed somebody, and then was expelled. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Is this a new one? Who wrote it? No, that's not a new one. So yeah, no, that's like this weird position that I'm in as a streamer, where it's like, I have a thing, it's small, it's working, but I need to figure out how to grow the thing in order to have future security. And outside of like the Steam version really coming out, I don't really know what to do. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. But I mean, the thing that I've been trying to do over the last 6 months, Frog for Hire, is like talk to my friends who are also streamers and convince them to come over here, be that people in my team or people outside of my team, the few people that I do know. And I always get the same, and part of it is I genuinely just want them to play this game because it's a great game. But the problem is convincing them to play it, because the selfish side of it is, if there's just a dozen channels around my size streaming Dwarf Fortress every day, the average number of people that will suddenly over time become interested in watching more Dwarf Fortress grows, right? And right now, I've more or less, I think, hit cap of how big my channel is going to get currently the way Dwarf Fortress is on Twitch. And it's so beyond fucking frustrating when I talk to a close friend of mine and they're like, yeah, but it's ugly. It's like, come on, please help. I need more assistance here. It's like, I want to do this and I want to make this work, but you know, like Crusader Kings on Twitch was a tiny game that nobody watched. And then Cringer streamed it for a really long time and started doing well. And then around the same time, a whole bunch of people kind of moved from YouTube over to Twitch. And it became this huge game that everybody is like, all just agrees, like, this is a game that you should stream. And now a lot of people stream Crusader Kings. 3 specifically. But 2 grew when a bunch of people moved over from YouTube. Dwarf Fortress could be exactly the same way. The humans have arrived to trade. Did I make those? Yes, we are almost done making stuff for the king. Let's bring over a bunch of those bone crafts that I was working on from the last mass slaughter that we did. And we'll, I think, move these first. And if we move all of those, then I will start bringing over clothing. Back when you used to talk to people, when you talked about watching TF on Twitch, they said they did not use Twitch. Is Twitch growing? So are you asking me, is Twitch growing? Like, are numbers going up for Twitch, for DF? Is that what you're asking, Frogfire? I think that's the question. Yes. I mean, because they get downvoted to all hell when I do post them. Vinsani, honestly, like, that's the reason I don't post them, is because they just get downvoted. And I get, like, I've gotten mean comments on them enough times that it's just like, you know what, fuck it, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Also, then, like, I'm in this tricky position where, do I post the stream and then delete it when I switch games? Because I switch games halfway through my streams. It's very rare that I'll just stream DF for, like, 8 hours. The other human caravan have arrived? Did the... Okay, yeah, the Royal Treasury did arrive. There you are. Hawk, welcome back. You weird human with a funky name. But, yes, it's grown. Back when I first, like, committed to streaming DF, I think it was my least profitable and worst viewed and worst followed months I've had since, like, 2016. It was awful when I initially started streaming primarily DF. Very few people watched. Chat was super lurky. I made almost no money. I lost a large portion of my subscriber base. I think if I had to, but at the time I still had my ex, so she was helping pay rent at the time, thankfully. But I was basically just like wrapping up and preparing to not quit streaming, but like go get a job and cut back to 2 days a week. Like that's where I was at. When I went to, what's the word? When I dedicated to roguelikes in DF, which is something that I wanted to do for a while, but was pushing back on it, it almost killed my stream. Almost. Not quite, but almost. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. And so obviously, like, it's not killed now. They have lots of news. I wonder what that's about. Obviously, it hasn't killed my stream. In fact, if anything, like, it's now working in the opposite direction. But we've also had this weird anomaly called the pandemic, right? Twitch tripled in size during the pandemic. Quite literally, Twitch tripled in size. So we're seeing some recession from that now. So I don't know how much of that sustainability and growth was because 2020 was weird, or am I actually sustainable? Does that make sense? I don't know how much of it was just 2020 fucking happened. So that's a tricky spot to be in as a streamer. Hawk says, again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. All right, what's the news? Kata's wind phrase became the Lady of the Fellowship of Thimbles, replacing Mater Save Amazed. All right, so a new human is in charge of the Fellowship of Thimbles, which I think is their religion. It's one of their religions. What, the stream or the VOD, Vin? But to give you an idea, right? How often do you see Krug Smash posting his own stuff on the subreddit? You don't. Because he puts out a video, and within minutes, 3 people have posted his videos on the subreddit, and everybody rushes to that and comments and upvotes. If I post my own stream on the subreddit, within 6 hours, I get maybe 1 or 2 upvotes and maybe a rude comment or nothing. Usually nothing. I don't usually bother uploading my streams to the subreddit because while I do get some offline views from it, I feel like in the long run, it's not worth it because all that kind of happens is people look at me like I'm spam. If I'm starting a new fort, like if I'm doing an embark, if I'm doing like a day fort or something, and I put in the title new fort, it'll get a couple upvotes and a little bit of attention. But again, I notice very little from it. We finished making the ballista arrows for the king, and he already wants more. So it's this really kind of... I don't know what to do problem. And I don't think the subreddit actually brings much traffic. I mean, even on the YouTube side of things, like, the views I get from the subreddit is, like, less than 5% of the views I get on most of the big videos. It's very small. Ironically, though, like, it didn't really have that much of an effect, at least initially, Limbasa. Like, but to give you an idea, in December 2020, I had an average of 78 people watching my stream. That month. January, I had 81. February, I had 80. March, I had 73. This month, we're currently at about 60. So, something happened. Something happened. Krug Smash isn't streaming on Twitch, though. You wonder if Reddit and forums help with YouTube way more than Twitch. Reddit hates Twitch. Literally, Reddit hates Twitch. I don't know what it is, but Reddit does not like Twitch. If you post if some random who likes a YouTuber posts a video onto Reddit, that's great. That's good content. If I post my stream, that's spam. I've never fully figured out why, but I have a theory. Reddit has these massive biases against making money through Reddit. This is on every single subreddit. They all have like this rule where you're not allowed to post, like you're not allowed to go to a subreddit and post your OnlyFans or your Patreon. Like I can't go to Reddit and link to a Patreon post with content related to that subreddit because that's promoting a thing that makes me money directly. That is not something you're allowed to do on Reddit. YouTube videos, yes, they make the author money because you see an ad, but it's not that obvious. Whereas with a lot of Twitch streams, like I've got the sub count up there, right? I got the sub button down beneath there. I am directly promoting a thing that is blatantly a thing that makes me money. So I think that weird in the back of your head or in the back of their head bias is a thing that is indirectly tainted streams towards Reddit. So I think there's a lot of people on Reddit that just kind of see streams as, oh, it's a person trying to make money off of us. And they don't necessarily see it as something cool to watch. Whereas with YouTube videos, if you just post a YouTube video, oh, it's just a YouTube video. I can watch a YouTube video. Does that make sense? Like, that's my theory as to why Reddit doesn't like Twitch very much. That's my theory. Reddit also dislikes creators posting their own work. I mean, it's to give you an idea, if I went to /r/games and posted a link to my Jupiter Hell big interview. It was deleted for self-promotion. Somebody else posted it an hour later, got 110 upvotes. I wasn't deleted. And a lot of subreddits operate like that, where, if I post my own thing, that's bad. If someone else posts my thing, that's fine. But Dwarf Fortress subreddit is one of the few subreddits that actually allows streams, which is a weirdly anomalous thing for subreddits. So I think that there's a lot of people, like, not the moderators necessarily of the subreddit, but there's definitely, I think, a lot of random people who pop in there and see a stream and just think, that's a bannable offense in X other subreddits that I go to. I'm not going to interact with that and downvote. Maybe this makes you a bad Dwarf Fortresser, but you've never watched a Krug Smash video. I mean, it probably just means you know more about Dwarf Fortress. I mean, Krug Smash's videos are great, but, like, if you play a lot of Dwarf Fortress, you can, like, read between the lines, and certainly, like, it lifts the magic a little bit. They brought a cat. It's been a long time since I've had cats in the fortress. I'm going to buy a fortress cat. Why not? Let's buy a cat. I could buy a breeding pair, but I'm just going to buy a cat. It may not be perceived as such. Yeah, people don't look at a YouTube video and think, man, this guy's rolling in it. But people look at a Twitch stream, and there's money at the top of the channel. There's sub badges. There's a sub button. There's all that. Where it's like, yeah, I'm making money here. This is my job. But I think a lot of people probably look at Krug Smash for a half second, never comment or think about it much, and just go, man, that was a cool one-off video, right? Or that's a cool series. I wonder what he does as a day job, right? Like, people don't immediately intuit that person making YouTube video is making a living doing this. Whereas people look at streamers and they think, fucking sellout. They are, yeah. They are, but it's still less clear. The join button is way less obvious and way less used than Twitch streams are, or members, yeah. I mean, I have a membership button on YouTube. Nobody's signed up for it, but, like, for $2 a month, you could get my YouTube channel with no ads if you want. Thanks for the $1, Anonymous. Cheers. But yeah, no, it's that's my favorite cheer emote. If that wasn't the anonymous only one, I would absolutely use that thing. But yeah, no, it's a weird thing. It's a fucking weird thing. To be clear, I'm not really just sitting here and complaining about money specifically. This is more just like, how do we as a community increase the number of streams on Twitch, which is, like, one of the reasons why, like, I've been shouting at and so happy that people like Diamond Destruct just, like, throw up a no microphone stream in the background. It's like, even if there's, like, only maybe one person tunes into it throughout a day, it's like, it's good to have more people streaming Dwarf Fortress, because more people streaming Dwarf Fortress means more eyeballs on the game, means more sustainability for everybody streaming DF. The more people watching DF, the better. But it's hard with your school schedule. I don't worry about keeping a schedule. I mean, if you're just doing it as a hobby thing, just fucking stream. Post your streams in all of the places where you can self-promote. There's a self-promote section in my Discord and a self-promote section in the Halcyon Frequency Discord. Post your streams in both those places and try and bring some people in, you know? Have a good time. Then raid into another DF stream. Go do your thing. Enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. YouTube memberships are great for people who stream a lot on YouTube. So if you're streaming on YouTube, YouTube memberships are great, and they work really well. I have YouTube memberships turned on more as an experiment than actually expecting people to, sign up for it. I mean, also, if you're not in there, Picture Point, you should join this one. You should join that one, which is my Stream Team's Discord. Get to know my Stream Team a little bit. Self-promoting there. Maybe some cool people will come say hi. And also, maybe you can play some Project Zomboid with us once we get our servers up and running. Yeah, make sure that you don't stream 30 minutes of a pure black screen. I mean, I definitely streamed once for like an hour with my microphone off. Way back when. I did that. Actually, kind of recently, too. I did a late night stream with no mic, and I forgot to unmute myself after getting a phone call. True story. No, these kinds of discussions are kind of tricky to have because it's really hard to kind of walk the line between let's talk about being a niche streamer and just complaining that I'm not getting enough views. It's really hard to walk that line because I'm not trying to just sit here and complain, but it can certainly come across that way. I don't know. I envy channels that I know who've been streaming as long as me that, or maybe even less time than me, that just get auto-hosted by a lot of really big channels and just magically grow. I mean, as a smaller example, it's like my cousin, right? He probably would have 1 or 2 average viewers, but he knows me and has me, and I host him. So because he knows me and I auto-host him, often he'll have 15, 20 viewers from my auto-hosts, and that pushes him up to a point where he gets new follows and new people coming in. And it's like, it's exactly the same for me. It's like if suddenly everybody stopped auto-hosting me, objectively my channel would die kind of overnight, which is scary as fuck because it's like largely my career is based on other people deciding to auto-host me, which is really quite scary. King's no longer mandating ballista arrows. Everybody's putting stuff away, which is what I like to see. Good things. Good. I'm back from outer space. Just walked in to look upon your face. Good thing I have this iron mace. I'm gonna crush things without a trace. Just wanted to keep that rhyming going. Hope you're doing well. Hope food was good. Gonna hit the lurk while editing for a bit. Have a good editing session. But yeah, no, it's a tricky like cooperative problem solving, and I really wish that Reddit liked streams more. It's really cool that the DF subreddit allows streams to be posted, but I don't know. It's just unless like you're learning DF, like brand new at DF, I don't see it as super helpful for the long term. Because unless it's other people posting your content, it just, I don't know. I don't really want to come across as spamming, and people don't necessarily accuse me of it, but you can tell with upvotes and downvotes who's okay with that stuff. I mean, that's why I use this this tile set. Bought 2 wolves. There they are. I now have a breeding pair of wolves. But yeah, no, that's why I use this tile set, or a modified version of this tile set, is because a lot of people do watch Krug Smash's videos and then stumble into mine, or stumble into my streams from Krug Smash. So now we have dingoes and wolves. More big doggos. As if people would fucking pay for float plane. Oh, you're cute. That's funny. As if people would fucking pay for my content. That's like the equivalent of like shooting out your kneecaps when it comes to Twitch or streaming or long-term survivability. I'll put it this way. Something like Floatplane is... If you have 1 million subscribers and get 150,000 views per video and you sign up for Floatplane, you'll get maybe 1,000 people signing up. So I have, 13,000 followers on Twitch. I get 50 views on Twitch. And my YouTube channel has 6,000 subscribers. And let's say if we're lucky, 0.5% of the people sign up. It's like single digits. What's the point? It's not really viable, unfortunately. If anything, like locking content behind a paywall is the abjectly worst thing you can do as a small creator. That stuff works as a big creator, but as a small creator, it is probably the worst thing you could do. I mean, I could do sub-only streams on Twitch, too. Nobody uses that feature because it's quite literally the equivalent of shooting yourself in the foot. So, no, I don't think that's viable. Not even close. I mean, I could already just, like, if I wanted to lock content behind a paywall, you can do members-only videos on YouTube. Right? Like, you could do that. You could. I could do that. I could make my DF updates members only for 6 hours or something. I could do that. Would it actually push anybody to watch my stuff? Probably not. They'll just wait until it's free or just watch the free stuff because most people who are watching content like that are not there to pay money for it, right? Floatplane works if you're Linus Tech Tips. Floatplane works if you are a large channel. Doesn't work if you are around my size. That stuff only works if you have scale, which is the problem that I'm trying to solve. So, but to answer your question, does YouTube drive stuff to Twitch? I get a couple new subscriptions a month from people who watch my YouTube stuff who don't watch the streams much. Like people come over to Twitch and they subscribe and give me a little bit of money or say hi and check in occasionally. And then, you know, like there's a small handful of them, but it's like again, like a very small percentage. But yeah, it does translate. But again, YouTube, you need scale. Like a guy that I sort of know, who I've encountered a couple of times, Gamer Zach, does big top 10 lists on YouTube and let's plays of older PC games. So like a lot of Pharaoh and stuff like that. And that's the kind of games he streams. He streams like older PC games primarily. And all of the views on his YouTube channel for his 100,000 plus subscribers are for those top 10 lists that he does, which get like 500,000 views. Like he gets hundreds of thousands of views on those fucking things. And his stream over the years, generally, like back when he started streaming a couple of years ago, he was sitting at like 60, 70 initially when he had like 60,000 subscribers on YouTube. But he's managed to push that up to like 150, 200 after hitting like 200,000 subscribers on YouTube. So you need scale, which you've probably looked at my YouTube channel in the last 6 months. It doesn't really have that. Like the DF News videos do well, and the VODs do okay for what they are. And that's about it, right? Like it's like my YouTube channel isn't exploding. A good example is probably somebody like Gotta sign up for a thing real quick. A good example is probably somebody like Wanderbots, right? Wanderbots has 370,000 subscribers on YouTube. All of his YouTube videos are his stream VODs. He uploads like 20 videos a day. He gets like 100,000 views on YouTube a day, and 100 to 200,000 views on YouTube a day. And that's twice what I do in a month. And he has like 200, 300 people watching on Twitch that are all transitioning over from YouTube. So hopefully that could maybe give you like an idea of the crossover there. Again, it's a very micro, small percentage. It's a very, very, very small percentage. Top 10 games that are like DF that you should be playing. Mm-hmm. But it's all just DF with different mods. Is there enough DF mods to do that? I don't actually think there is. Here's the thing, right? Yes. But do I want to destroy all of the credit that I've made? I mean, that video literally exists. Hold on, let me find it. This thing right here. Dwarf Fortress, the greatest game we've never played. That video exists. I'm telling you. Oh, probably. Top 7 dwarves to bring with on your... And they're all named Urist. Greg Smash. All 7 of them are named Urist. God. That's the video that got you into DF for a second? I mean, it's not a bad video. It's a good video. I was just stating that someone's already made that video when Coldfire put that title into the chat. DF Reddit. Oh, I mean, DF Reddit, give them 24 hours. It takes them a while to notice things. I think that's also a portion of the problem with streams and Reddit is like a Reddit post has like a 24-hour shelf life and a stream is like 4 to 6 hours, right? So the period of time where the subreddit actually like notices that a thing is live is after a while usually. Video editing is extremely easy. It's extremely time consuming. And like the reason I don't do it more is like that the videos that I put out, like here's a reason of why I don't do it more. I'm going to just throw out, and this is going to kind of suck, but this is my YouTube channel, right? These are my recent uploads, my Longdeath, or my news videos, my little tutorials that are clips from other streams. These are the videos that I've put a lot of time and effort into. And you just look at the views, right? Okay. Longdeath has more views than most of these. Like, the first 20 VODs of Longdeath has eclipsed all of the Today in Dwarf Fortress videos I've done views-wise. And I've put like 6 to 10 hours into each of those editing time. So it's like I put about 10 hours of work into each Tarn Adams interview between like finding questions, sourcing questions, putting out the announcement video, filtering questions, running the interview, editing the interview, and uploading the interview. Maybe 10 to 15 hours. The last one I did got almost 50,000 views. The interview that I did about Jupiter Hell got 1,000, and I put like 50 hours into that video. I mean, here's the thing. I can cram a video together in 20 minutes, right? That's what most of my news videos are. They're very much like cram edited, real quick and dirty, just like tossed out. So those are worth doing. But actually putting like a lot of time and effort into a video, it's like, I have to know that this video is going to be successful, or at least give me something back in order to do it. And it's like, yeah, I could just start fucking doing listicles, which is like list articles in video format in top 10 videos and stuff. Like I could just do that, I guess, but I think what I would... Thanks. Thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Cheers, man. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that?
Cryptlurk.
The ironic thing is I have a feeling that whenever the Steam version of DF comes out, my longest or my most viewed video ever, most likely, will probably be titled something along the lines of Let's Play Dwarf Fortress. Or Let's Play Steam Dwarf Fortress, rather. Or Dwarf Fortress First Look. You know? Like, I know a guy who had a pretty big YouTube channel. He had like close to 100,000 subs, was doing pretty well. And he got this little game, an indie game, very small, niche game, small product, which was being developed by a single developer. I can't remember if it was crowdfunded or not, but it was developed by a single developer, was on a small publisher. It was called Stardew Valley. He got it a month before release and had a whole Let's Play finished. Uploaded part 1 the second that game came out. And it's like 4.8 million views on part 1 of Stardew Valley. And his YouTube channel went from like 60,000 subscribers to like 400,000 in like a month, because he put up that whole Let's Play of the entire game in like 3 days. Holy shit. Like it's amazing what just having that and being in the perfect place at the perfect time with the perfect game. It's amazing what that can do. I'm sorry, Robotic Ronald. But also F1 articles can be fun. Although, I mean, who doesn't want to watch top 10 best takeovers in 2019? Who doesn't want to watch that? Come on. Who doesn't want to watch that? Everybody wants to watch that shit. That shit's great. But then again, on the flip side, you know, my bot just put that into the chat. Like, I'm also doing those highlight reels for my stream team, and like nobody watches those. So it's like, should I justify continuing to work on those and trying to promote that, or should I just be working my own thing? Should I be like bugging my teammates to help me more with editing? I don't fucking know. It's like, in order to do stuff like that, Cooler, I would need an editor. I'd need to hire and pay an editor, which would probably help. Frankly, I could do bigger, more complicated videos and like just do voiceovers for stuff, but I can't fucking afford an editor. I can barely afford your artwork, dude. I mean, see, like that would be interesting. I would watch that video. Robotic. Shitty title, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to work less right now, which is like this weird problem that I'm having. Like, I'm trying to take one day at a way. No, that's all I will say. No, Dragon Man. And no, I will not pay you in poison. I don't know. Hey, Pete, what's up, man? Whenever I state I need to hire an editor thing, there's always like 2 or 3 people that are like, I volunteer to do it. It's like, you have no idea. You have no idea how much work that is. And you have no idea what you're signing up for. And no, I will not give you an unpaid part-time job. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm a better person than that. Look at these dwarves. The poet of phrases. It's good music. Most of the dwarves are taking part. So many of these dwarves know music. It's actually kind of awesome. You're trying to lurk here? Why? Because I'm talking about editing, and you're editing? But, yeah, I don't know. That was hilarious? Well, what, me? The shit that I'm rambling about? This shit stresses me out, man. This is like my real life struggles to you. It's just hilarious. About how every time there's like 5 volunteers. Well, there is. It's like there's people who know how to edit, and it fucking sucks because it's like there's people who know how to edit, and they think they know how much time I would require from them, but they don't actually. Bronze Age swords inferior to stone throwing knives. Multiple geese produce injuries eating humans. Blasphemous baboons bore priests with staplers. There you go. So, but at the same time, at the end of the day, I guess it's really tricky because I always feel like I'm just complaining that I don't get enough views. But then again, I think I've felt like that since the beginning, you know, like I've been doing this for getting up on 8 years, and every time I look at the stats, and every time I look at how much I've gained, and every time I look at, it's always a dumb fucking idea to go compare yourself to other people that are streaming and people that have been doing it as long as you. But it's very frequent that I find people who've been doing this for like a year or 2 or 3 years even, maybe 4, who have 500-600 people watching. It's like, well, what the fuck did I do wrong? Like, what do you need me to do here? It's like, I got the production value, I've got the quality, I've got the microphone, I've got the audio equipment, I've got the content, I got enough content. Well, obviously I'm streaming niche stuff, but like, I've always streamed niche stuff, and you know, like, people are just like, well, you know, the stuff that you started off with, there's not an audience for that. It's like, yeah, sure, but I know a guy who started a YouTube channel doing exactly the same shit that I used to, who has 150,000 YouTube subs now. It's like, what did he do differently? Well, he had 2 viral videos. Okay, how do I do that? Why can't I have that? Marketing and luck? I mean, that's literally all it is. It's fucking luck half of the time. So it's luck, it's grit, it's consistency, and it's timing. And it's really, really hard to not feel ripped off sometimes, because I feel like I've put more work into my stream than so many people, and it's really frustrating to have put so much time and effort into a thing and feel significantly less successful to people who've put less effort in. And I've certainly seen people who've put minimal effort into their streams over the years that have massive success. And it hurts. Fucking hurts. So, I don't know. It's this really kind of tricky thing. I don't think it's Tarn that we need to convince. I think it's Kit Fox that we need to convince. I mean, here's the thing. If I suddenly had access to whatever that fucking build is that they have right now, holy shit, I would be on the fucking moon. Granted, I don't believe that that would be good for Dwarf Fortress or Kit Fox to do that right now. The quality and the amount that you produce, it's weird that you don't get more views, really. People don't like me. I mean, it kind of goes back to the thing that I said earlier, Pete, right? Which is, I'll watch one of my friends that are statistically more successful than me. And in the period of 2 hours, they'll get 4 raids. And a significant number of new people will be introduced to the stream. Well, let's see. We're on hour 3.5. Yesterday, I had 1 raid of about 40 people, which came from somebody who was raided by one of my teammates. Okay, so that's more or less the equivalent to being raided by Jess. You'll go bang on his door. Don't go bother Tarn. Leave Tarn alone, man. Just let Tarn work on the game, okay? So no, it's like this weird, tricky thing. It's a really tricky thing. It's this really tricky thing. But I don't know. I think a really good example of stuff is somebody like Disnoff, right? Disnoff was, back when he started streaming in 2015, 2016, it was before RimWorld launched on Steam. And he was one of the few people who was good at RimWorld. And he streamed a lot before RimWorld launched on Steam. And he always had like 30 to 50 people watching. And then RimWorld launched on Steam. And then he had like 100 to 150 and he got partnered. And he was like that for a couple of years. And then another game came out called They Are Billions, which he was really good at. And all of these really big streamers discovered him. And he had thousands of people watching for like 2 months. And then he quit They Are Billions and went back to just RimWorld. With, instead of 150, he had about 400. Then RimWorld came out early access and he had 2,000 people again. And then now he streams anything and he has like 500 people watching. Disnoff. Here, I'll shout him out. He's one of the channels that hosts me sometimes. And he's also one of those people who's just kind of quietly really successful. He just streams and has 500 people watching. Almost anything. Star Sector, Kenshi, RimWorld. He'll play Dwarf Fortress when it comes out on Steam. He's said as much. But he just pulls large numbers because he has all these big channels that host him. I don't get that. I've never gotten that. Because I don't know why. It's this really strange thing. There's been periods in the past where I've gotten large amounts of success, or not success, but hosts and raids from other people, and it's all of the biggest success I've ever had. Do I raid people? Not really, because nobody raids me. And I know that that's kind of a... Why are you stressed out, Dwarf? Was shocked, reliving being attacked. A little bit of PTSD. Hang in there, Patchwork. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. But, no, he doesn't. That's the thing. Disnoff doesn't even raid. He auto-hosts. Only auto-hosts. Right? Doesn't raid. I know that for a fact. Nope. Does not raid. Like, maybe once in a blue moon he'll raid. I'm very much the same way, though. I mean, here's the thing, though, right? What was me? What is a better use of my time? I can go raid some giant channel that will dismissively comment on the fact that I hosted them and say thank you. And then you kind of wish he didn't baby talk his cat the whole stream. He loves his cat, man. Fucking don't talk shit about Mari. Mari's good people. Like what could I do? I mean I could go raid Sequisha, and Sequisha would be like, thanks man. How you been? Because like I know Sequisha, good person. And it would be a blip on his stat box, and probably wouldn't even notice it in the long run. Or I could host my cousin and make his week. Or I could raid Picture Point and change his whole stream. Or host Formal Blizzard and make him go from, nothing to a large number of views. Maybe I could host Sui and suddenly make her chat active. And she's been having a hard time doing that. Like, I'd rather... And this is kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy here, right? Where it's just like, I want to grow, and I need hosts from bigger channels to be successful, but I also would greatly prefer to help other people get started in this industry because I know that they need it more. Because punching up has never felt great for me. I need more ballista arrows, so it's time to turn off the celebration. Where are we at? Late summer? All right, we're almost in fall. Many people couldn't imagine playing Dwarf Fortress as much as I do. What was me? But yeah, no, it's kind of a really weird position that I'm in. Really weird and I think oddly unique position. Because like the number of large streamers that I know, who I've talked with, who I've hung out with, who I've had meals with, who I've networked with, who I've raided, who I've spent time around, who I know, I couldn't really tell you how many of them actually helped me. Like, they say that it's like, you network with people and then you grow together. I've networked with people, raided people. I've really tried to do that song and dance. It never comes back. This is something that has been going on for literally years. Literally years. Something that I've done, which is maybe not the wisest thing. Is that blood or wine? Oh, it's beer. Why is there someone's just like spilling beer everywhere, guys. Come on. Stop it. Be a little bit more careful. It's like this really kind of strange situation of do I want to be that guy who uses other people? Because I've been used many times. Back when I was kind of first starting to kind of decide that streaming was maybe something I wanted to try taking seriously in early 2015, mid 2015, I guess. I had a friend. And this friend I'll just leave nameless. But some people who've been around this channel for a long time could probably guess who I'm talking about. And if you do, please don't drop his name in the chat or anything. But I had a friend. And this person was a streamer who was trying to break into streaming a pretty popular game at the time. But really liked my streams and would hang out every day. Every day. He also was doing some stuff on YouTube and was very, very new. Had like single-digit people watching. Streams were good. They were entertaining. And we were really good friends. I was in his stream every day, and he was in my stream every day. And then something happened. He did a pretty good job networking with some pretty big streamers. Joined a stream team with them, and it was like a switch flipped. Stopped auto-hosting me. Stopped rating me. Stopped popping in and saying hi. Stopped watching me entirely. Barely even spoke to me at TwitchCon. And I basically just like lost all contact with him. He networked into this group, got really big, went full time, got partnered like 4 years before I did. never spoke to me again. And that's happened more times than I can count. Like, yeah, of course, if I reach out and DM him, like, he'll DM back, but, like, that's happened so many times. We've hit fall, so it's merchant tribute season. Heads up, Stone. Like, that's just happened more times than I can count over the years. I will meet somebody, hang out with them for a bit, think I'm really good friends with them, and then they get cooler friends and disappear. And as time goes on, if that happens enough, it starts to make you kind of resentful towards people. And I'm now at a point where, yeah, like that can only happen so many times before you stop. That's happened to me. Well, let's see. I was in a really big stream team for a while who I worked very closely with the founder of, that I was trying to grow and work with to make it into a profitable venture for a lot of people. I planned events for that team. I did a lot of like networking within that team and helped grow that team a whole bunch. And then he folded the team and got a job at Paradox, which is like fair. Like the team wasn't working, but that's like 150 people that you just used on your resume that I helped grow that I saw nothing from. I was part of a YouTube channel, and the co-founder just decided that he wanted to go start his own channel in a different language and was going to put no time into editing these videos anymore. And he was doing the majority of the editing and making all of the money off of this channel that me and a bunch of other people were putting a lot of time into, completely nullifying the whole purpose of it existing. That fell apart. I've had multiple people who I've networked with over the years who have gotten really big. Like there was a person ages ago who no longer streams who, like really long time ago, this was like also 2015 era, who was just a perfectly normal streamer, face cam, whatnot, played kind of a variety of things, a lot of Binding of Isaac, stuff like that. And then one day just like turned on face rig and was a cat. And I remember just watching, because he was one of the first people who got face rig back in the day. And I remember just watching his stats climb, and he reached out to me and said, yo, you should be a dog. He's like, we can play back and forth. We can have two characters. I'm like, fuck that shit. I'm not a furry. I don't want to do that shit. Like, maybe if that floats your boat, but that's not my aesthetic. There's no way in hell I'm going to make myself into a fucking, like, fake dog. Literally, after he did that, he just stopped talking to me altogether. Blew up, had a few thousand people watching for a few months, and then got really tired of this obnoxious cat character that he'd created, stopped being the cat, and literally it was like this mountain peak where like he was just thousands of people watching for like a month. And then within 6 months, his channel was down to sub 30 viewers, and he quit. I think he joined the military or something. He just stopped streaming altogether. Came back briefly about a year ago, and then like at the beginning of the pandemic, and then disappeared again. And it's like, I've seen that happen more times than I can count too. It's just like people get big and think that they're all that, and then they lose what they have due to weird decisions, and then they vanish. Stone, are you present? Because we've got a tribute from the council. We've got a very normal tribute from the council. Oh boy. 2 raw crystal glass. That's fancy. I'm very much in a rambly mood today. But is that something popular within Twitch because of ways people typically grow their channels? What do you mean? Like, is what popular within Twitch? Like screwing people over? I mean, Twitch has a lot in common, Aqua, with like Hollywood. Right? How many friends do you think most Hollywood stars have within Hollywood versus people that they know? I know a lot of people on Twitch. I know a lot of very successful people on Twitch. But do any of them help me? Not really. If I suddenly started rating all of them, would they help me? I don't think so. Like, I really don't think so. So we're waiting on the other merchant. It's taking them a little bit. I feel like they're almost here, though. But yeah, it's this really weird kind of give and take. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. But also not industry on Twitch, right? And you want to know what's even better is there are people who have been accused of shitty things. Especially like as of June last year, there was a lot of Me Too, that stuff that happened throughout Twitch. And there is a lot of people that have been accused of shitty things. Now, a lot of people were rightfully accused of shitty things, got removed from the platform. They don't stream anymore, which is great. But there are some people who got accused of similarly shitty things that maybe didn't get enough of an explosion around those shitty things that they did, and they still exist. Lignite blocks, prepared cow eye. 4.5 cows were killed in the making of this cow eye dish, and silty clay. But how do I word this? So there was a lot of people that were accused of shitty things, right? Now, here's kind of the really shitty thing about that, is you have people that were accused of shitty things that got removed from the platform that don't stream anymore. Fine, cool, they're gone. But now we also have a large collection of people that were accused of shitty things that are still on the platform that very much did those shitty things. Now, is that suddenly a reason to not associate with the people who are supporting those people still, right? So now we have this issue of there's people who've been accused of shitty things that are being supported by other people. Okay, so do I now still do I trust the people that are still supporting them? Because personally, I don't. I can't do that. So now there's also like this sudden wider array of people that personally I've withdrawn from through my network of people on Twitch, because I don't want to be associated with people who are willingly associating themselves with what I would describe as a sex offender. That's just not the kind of people that I personally want to associate with. So suddenly it's like, well, my network of people just went because there's a lot of people that are in big various Twitch teams that are auto-hosting or supporting or raiding these people that I do not want to be associated with. That makes things very tricky. So ever since June of last year, for me, it's been very much a large portions of the Twitch community I just want nothing to do with, because they're supporting people that I don't want to see supported. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share if information has been added to Civilization and World Info. But the reason a lot of those people are still supporting those people that probably shouldn't be supported is because those people that probably shouldn't be supported are still getting thousands of views and viewers. So, well, what's better for a channel? To not associate with the person who's getting 1,500 concurrent people every time they stream, who's probably a sex offender, and still getting raids from that person, or not associating with that person at all. I choose to not associate. But then I lose out and burn that bridge of a lot of potential networking, because that person and that person's circle of friends are suddenly no longer within my reach, because I refuse to associate with people that are supporting those people. Meaning I just clicked through the wrong menu. Whoops, sorry. Remember, trade agreement, strengthen bonds. Yeah, I won't like double tap A next time. My bad. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. We're still at war. Good to know. I was so into what I was talking about, I misclicked. Whoops. I do that every 15 years or so. That's the other wrinkle in the who do I associate with and who do I hang out with problem. And it's a big one. It's a tricky one. It's a big one and a tricky one. I don't necessarily disagree with that, though, Cooler. Friends are overrated. But at least I got Halcyon frequency, right? That's something. That's something. I'm not a friend you want. I'm a friend you get after you get disappointed in friends you want. Cooler, you're my friend. I give you shit, but you're my friend. I owe a lot of success to you, and your artwork has helped me make money. So yes, you are definitely, at the very least, a working friend, if nothing else. I guess kind of the one problem that I have with Halcyon Frequency Aqua is I'm kind of crass. The biggest channels in Halcyon Frequency are not. So I think I rub a lot of people the wrong way just because I say the fuck word. But that's me. You're friendly but a bit crazy. Isn't that like most of the people who watch this stream though? Friendly but a bit crazy. God, I feel like trash. What the fuck? I'm gonna go check my blood sugar. I feel high. Be back in a sec. What do you mean? Blind is still here or a new stream from yesterday? This is definitely a stream that started at 9 a.m. Pacific this time. I have not been streaming all night, if that's what you're asking. There is a weird bug where, like, VODs kept going last night, but, yeah. Anyway, blood sugar is fine. I just feel like trash for some reason. I get you. Cheers, Sarah. Thanks. But I took a 2-minute break. Yeah. Not even 2 minutes. It was like 70 seconds. It was like a minute and a bit, if that. Just gonna sell the mudstone blocks. I'd like to get rid of this mudstone. Was weird. I mean, according to Twitch, my VOD from yesterday is still going. But okay, like here, I'll show you. So this is my channel, right? Channelception. If I go to videos and scroll down to this is the VOD from yesterday. Apparently that VOD has been streaming for 27 hours. Yeah, I assure you that's not true. But like it ends at 11:42 where it's supposed to end, right? But it's odd. I don't know why it's doing that, but that's the case. Also, that's some scary stream stuff. We should definitely get off that screen. Have it paused? What do you mean? But no, I definitely went offline last night, and it definitely didn't keep me online. But, yeah, I don't know what caused that. Something did. Weird Twitch bugs, I guess. Yeah, right? I mean, like, I double and triple checked that I was offline yesterday, and yes, I was offline. I made sure of it. So, whatever it was, like, I'm not actually streaming. Twitch still thinks that VOD is extending, but, like, it's not actually, so it's fine. I don't know what it is. It's just weird. Weird Twitch bugs. Weird Twitch problems. Why does they keep dumping Longland beer everywhere? Come on, guys. But yeah, no, Twitch is a very strange minefield, and it all just kind of goes back to the, I hope one day I'm able to figure out how to promote myself, because we have an audience that's small but dedicated, and I think that the people who enjoy these streams really enjoy them, and hopefully you guys continue to watch them, and hopefully one day we're able to figure out how to convince more people to watch them. But till then, I just hope I survive. Yeah. Till then, I just hope I survive. Which has been something I've been saying as long as I've been doing this, you know? Like, it's all, as long as I have been streaming, it's always been the, yep, I will continue streaming and hopefully we make it through the next year, because I've never been a channel that is wildly successful. Like, you know, we talked about Sequisha briefly earlier. Sequisha usually makes more in a week than I do in 2 months, you know? Like, easily. In a day in resubs, Sequisha probably makes more just in resubs, not counting tips and like other things like that in a day than I do in a month. There was one time, I think it was Excessive Profanity Cody, one of the most successful streamers on the site, just took a screenshot of his revenue for a day, and he made more revenue in like what he described as a slow stream than I do in a month and a half. More revenue in one day than I do in a month and a half. And also he streamed for 4 hours that day. So there is a very wide discrepancy in the amount of money streamers make. Very wide. And it's a wonder that I'm able to survive with the number of people that watch me. In fact, it's like I am a borderline anomaly, in my opinion, that I am actually as financially successful as I am with the number of people I have watching. So I owe that to you guys. That's it. 1,000%. The lurkier chat gets, the like people leave straight up. And this is why I always tell people, hey, like, can we get a round of beers? Because like chat activity is directly connected to view count. In the last 10 minutes, we've gotten a little bit quieter. You know, like there was a 5-minute break between when Cooler said something and then when I or Stupid said something and all that stuff. And we've dropped by almost 10 people. We had 60 people here like 30 minutes ago, but almost 10 people have left in that period of time where chat slowed down just slightly. Yes, 1,000% chat activity is connected to live view counts. I can't make people talk. I can ask for rounds of beers, which remind people that the chat exists, but I can't do that. Literally, I can't. Chat activity is directly connected to streamers' income and directly connected to live viewers. Because lurkers are super important. I mean, every channel would kill to have 100 more lurkers, but 5 people talking is almost more financially valuable to a streamer than 50 people lurking, which is weird, but it's the truth. You know, 5 people talking can start a hype train. 50 people lurking can't. What, the black and white one? Yeah. You feel like Dwarf's strange moods are informed when people started producing alcohol after the first time without it. They made artifact mugs. When minecart systems started working, they made body parts are flying. They started making artifact crutches. Oh, really? That's kind of cool. I like it. I feel like I knew that, but that is kind of neat. But yeah, no, I mean, it definitely. And people sharing streams on social media, retweeting streams on social media, talking in chat activity, keeping people interested, like all of that's just part of engagement. It's all part of engagement. But I don't know, man. I don't know. At the end of the day, all this sounds like to me in my head is me complaining. That's genuinely what it sounds like to me. I don't like complaining, but that's how it rattles around in my brain and how it sounds. And here's the thing, and then I feel like shit because then Dragon Man says stuff like that. It's like, sorry, I have you up while I'm playing video games or while I'm reading. It's like, yeah, you shouldn't be fucking sorry. Thanks for watching the stream, god damn it. Fuck off. Don't be sorry and make me feel bad. It's not complaining, it's problem solving. It's complaining. Boo-hoo, woe is me. Famous, successful content creator. Famous. Successful content creators not getting enough views. Oh, boo fucking who. The weirdest thing, though, actually, is like, the more famous you get and the more well-known you get, the more alone you feel. Which is like this really strange thing. Maybe he's Canadian. Nah, he's not Canadian. I know that for a fact. Besides, if he was saying sorry as a Canadian, then he'd be insulting me, so I hope he's not Canadian. But, you know. No, I wasn't talking to you, woe is me. I was just thinking out loud. If you thought that I was addressing you. Discuss formal reasoning. It's you have a username that comes up in discussion relatively frequently. Let's dump some body parts. Dump these. Dump those. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a very tricky line. I mean, I guess I will always go back to the hardest part about figuring out how to stream isn't learning how to promote your own stuff. It's how to trick people into promoting your stuff for you. Because other people promoting your stuff for you will always be infinitely more helpful in the long run to you than you promoting your own stuff. I can scream out into the void all I want, but if other people start telling other people to watch my stuff, I'll actually grow. If, if like the developer of a video game shouts about how people should play their great video game on Twitter, it's only going to go so far. It's when other people start independently recommending the game on Twitter to people unprompted that games actually become successful. Another rumor, which never actually gives me any information, which is always interesting. Wonder what that rumor was. Welcome back, Bastet. But yeah, no, like that's just part of it. It's like, it's kind of back to the Reddit problem of like, well, if I post my own stuff, unless it's the news videos, YouTube's or Reddit's not going to care. If other people post my stuff, Reddit will care. Okay, well, how do I independently convince people to get into the habit of posting my stuff without me asking? Like, how do I get people to go into random YouTube videos and recommend my news videos, and go into random YouTube videos and recommend my streams? Everybody, here's the thing that I was talking about yesterday, Pete. If every single person who was subscribed to my stream posted my stream in 3 places, that would probably bring in more traffic than anything I could do. Because there's what, 272 people subscribed to my channel right now, and I realize a lot of them probably don't even watch me, but like, or actively watch me anyway. But if 272 people all posted my stream in 3 places, and one person clicked on each of those, just do the math. And then if everybody does that every week, yeah, I would grow, because people would suddenly be recommending me, and because people would be searching for me, it would get pushed up in the algorithm. But as it sits, I get like none of that. Very little. Very little. Very little. Trick equals encourage and empower. Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I've tricked all of you into watching me. It's really, really hard to quantify one's success and realize that somebody is entertaining, or realizing that your own stuff is entertaining and that people actually appreciate it. It's really hard to quantify that and understand it as an individual. It's like if you write music, it's really easy to hear the errors in the music that you've written, but it's really difficult to hear why people like it. You know, I go back and I watch all my old videos. If I watch one of my old videos, I'll just spot editing errors, but people might still like them, even with the editing errors. But to me, all I see is the errors. Like, I've had many people tell me that the Jupiter Hell video was like the highlight of their week, like one of the coolest things they'd seen in a long time. For me, I see it as $1.30 in ad revenue, and I know that I spent 60 hours on that video, including recording it and editing it. Can't tell you how to fix it. Oh no, totally. I mean, like, I'm just trying to give examples. All right, we are into mid-autumn. It's back into the celebration room. Come on, dwarves. Make friends. Do it. Do it now. King don't want anything. Perfect. You're agreeing with the sentiment? Fair enough. I guess one of the hardest things to accept as a streamer is that most people don't care. The very vast majority of people do not care. Do not care if I make a living doing this. Do not care if I'm here in 6 years. Do not care if I'm here tomorrow. The vast majority of the people who tune into my YouTube stuff do not care. You know, the vast majority of the people won't ever care. They might think they do, but in the grand scheme of things, they don't. The vast majority of the people who've watched my interviews don't care. The vast majority of the people who watch my updates, they like the updates, don't care about me. They don't care about me as a creator, right? This is maybe an assumption, but I'm going to assume that there's probably quite a few of you watching this right now who do care, who want to see this stream be here. The hard part is finding more people who care. That's the hard part. It's easy to find people who don't care, who won't support you, who can't support you even, who just exist. It's really difficult to find people who care and want to support you. It's really, 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 really difficult to find that. Some people get very lucky and find large numbers very quickly. Some people don't. I've always been kind of on the... I saw a dwarf who was pathing stuck, so just fixing that. I've always been on the latter of the two throughout my career doing this. I've always been one of those channels who's just kind of there, that people just kind of know about. And I've always had my audience, and it's always been small, but it's always been there. And if it wasn't for outside assistance, I never would have gotten partnered. If it wasn't for outside assistance, I wouldn't really even have the audience that I do have. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking cool that you do that, Beetlejuice. It's fucking cool that you do that. That's okay. I was able to parse what you're trying to write. I mean, realistically, streams are absurd, right? Who really has time to sit down and watch 12 hours of live stream? Who has time for that? No one does. Maybe like someone on summer break from high school. But outside of that, who really has time to watch streams like that? I mean, I did when I was homeless. But like, who really has that time? Like, the whole concept of it is nuts. The whole concept is nuts. And people make suggestions that they... Yeah, exactly. I'm trying not to bug you, Sarlacc. Just keep doing your work stuff and don't get in trouble with your boss. And don't drop a decomposed bear on the ground. But yeah, no, it's a weird industry. I mean, I wouldn't trade this job for anything. I want to do this job as long as I bloody well can, and frankly, I will. I'll do this job right up until borderline bankruptcy, and I'm far from that too. Like that's not a looming concern by any stretch. A lot of these concerns are like years down the line. It's almost like a podcast. Yeah, I mean it. I will vaguely talk about somebody. Okay. I know a channel whose channel is very hype. Okay. He's always got loud notifications going off. He's always got emote spam in his chat. He encourages people to overpost emotes. And he has every time I've actively watched his channel, he's had roughly the same number of viewers as me. Like, 70 on an average day during a normal month, maybe 150 on a good day, 60 to 50 on a bad day. But he's always had about 2,000 sub points. He's always had roughly 2,000 subscribers. Because of how fucking loud he is. He almost cries when someone tips him $5. He is always screaming. He's got super active chat. And he makes tons of money. He's got a dozen different overlays, tons of little gamified notifiers for all of the things that make him money. And so I do kind of agree with you to a degree, Pete, that my channel is almost too good for lurking. It's almost too good for lurking. Meaning chat slows down on a slower day. People stop watching because chat's dead. And this has always been kind of a problem with lurker-friendly channels. They either grow and get really big and continue to be lurker-friendly, somebody like Disnov, or they just kind of fizzle, disappear. I don't know. Like, I don't really do anything that stands out in the grand scheme of things. I'm just a super chill, on the extreme end of chill in some cases, channel that talks about music, likes live shows, likes the kind of radio format, likes the back and forth between the chat. But like, I don't know, maybe we're just not welcoming for new people. I don't know. But growing on the internet is difficult. Yeah, it's something I'm working on in the background. That's not something I can just snap my fingers and make happen, Aqua. That's something I need help to actually pull off. I don't have time to do that all by myself. I need help, and I'm working on that. I can be hostile. Yeah, I mean, I have severe fucking depression. Woe is me. I have pretty severe fucking anxiety. And I'm not a perfect person, and I don't pretend to be. Yeah, I can be fucking hostile sometimes. I certainly fucking can be. I mean, that's a problem that I've been working on for years. Trying to... Literally been doing that last 2 Mondays. Literally do that every 2 weeks with my team. What more do you want? Shortish collaborations with people? 2-ish hours? Mm-hmm. Yep. No, I'm not going to do that with Dwarf Fortress. I've tried. I've asked people. I've asked so many people if they want to come on. I'll teach them fucking Dwarf Fortress. I've asked YouTubers. I've asked streamers. This kind of goes back to the fucking discussion that we had earlier today about how I can't convince anybody to play Dwarf Fortress. You think I could find somebody to fucking sit on my channel and talk about Dwarf Fortress with me that would actually be, no offense, but, profitable for me? No. Because any streamer who's anybody who just looks at me and goes, fuck that. I'll wait for the Steam version. Yes, it does. Frogfire. Watch time is the only stat that actually matters on YouTube. Watch time and engagement. Comment, like, watch time. Engagement is a comment, a like or a dislike is engagement, and and watch time. That's what puts you in the algorithm. The only reason my news videos do well is because they have a 50% plus watch time. It's the only reason. Otherwise, they don't get thrown in the algorithm. The second they go below 50% watch time, they disappear. They stop getting views. But yeah, no. Genuinely though, I do have problems mentally. Woe is me. Like, I am not even remotely close to a perfect person. I have so many issues that I've been working through, especially over the past year. But it's just who I am. But here's the thing, right? I watch a channel who is... It's his shtick is literally being openly hostile to everybody. It's literally his shtick. And I fucking love the guy for it. His streams are amazing. He's super fucking entertaining. But his chat knows that. And his chat plays into it. And because of it, it's super fucking entertaining. One person comes in and says something dumb, and they spend the next 20 minutes ripping that person a new one, and it's one of the most entertaining streams on the goddamn website. It's so fucking entertaining. The difference is, I don't have the numbers to support being able to do that, right? So if you have 2,000 people that are watching and supporting you, and one person comes in and asks a stupid question and streamer just makes fun of them for 5 minutes, that's a great time for everybody involved. If you have 40 people and somebody comes in and insults me and I tear them a new one for a while, well, that's just me tearing some random person a new one, and chat just kind of looks at it and goes, what the fuck? Calm down, dude. You know? So, it's... Other people on YouTube are game devs. You do not understand how much time it takes to convince a game dev to come onto a stream. And I've been there and I've done that song of dance. Nobody gives a shit about game devs. No offense to game devs out there. Unless you're a mini celebrity in your own right, somebody like a Brian Bucklew or a Tarna Adams, no one's going to give a shit. And that's especially for, like, unless I could get like the director of Doom Eternal on my stream, which is why the fuck would he come on here? No one's going to care. And like, yes, I could do that, but that's not going to really benefit me. That's not going to help devs wise. And as far as people on YouTube goes, I can think of like 3 people on YouTube that actively do Dwarf Fortress related things. One of them streams on his own time and uploads 3 videos a day. Doubt he has time. Krug Smash has straight up said no, respectfully, which I respect. Like, who else is there? Really? Who else is there? There really isn't anybody. This world is too small. There's like 5 people. Also, there's this other problem, right? For every game dev who is charismatic, entertaining, and fun to listen to, you have 1,000 who don't really do much public speaking, don't really do much recording of their own voice, don't like the sound of their own voice, have a shitty microphone, and would rather not go outside, or rather not be seen in a public setting, i.e. like Twitch. Who cares? As I understand it, the watch time is more valuable than just the view numbers. It doesn't matter if you get 1,000 watchers that only 3% watched your content. The greater the percentage of the people who watch the video, the better for the content creator. 100%, 1,000%. Here, in fact, actually, I could show you a fun stat. This is going to be very money heavy, so let me show you guys some money stats while I have the game paused for a second here. I'm going to go to my most viewed videos, right? So this is my most viewed video on YouTube. Dwarf Fortress graphical improvements. It's the first Dwarf Fortress news video I ever did. It got 69,000 nice views. If I go to its analytics, I've made $29 from this video, right? Now, part of that was because the channel got monetized once this video had hit 20,000 views. So minus 20,000 views from this video. But I made $29.99 from this video. Now, if I go to the Tarn Adams video, which is an hour and 23 minutes and 23 seconds, with a much higher watch time. That's how much revenue I've made off of it. See the difference? Watch time matters. Length of video matters. The amount of time people watch a video matters. Hope that's enough proof. Versus, hello everybody, and thank you very much for taking the time to watch this video. I have my own video up in the background. How the fuck did I do that? It wasn't even open. Oh hey, I just got a Steam key for Voxel Tycoon. Neat. I might do that tomorrow night after Patreon game. All right. Just got invited to join a stream team. Nani the fuck? I just got invited to a friend of mine's friends list stream team, which I'm going to accept. Interesting. I'll have to DM him about that later, ask what's up. Anyway, yeah, no, it's a fucking weird world, this thing called Twitch, let me tell you. Just almost flooded the fortress with magma. Sounds like the fortress is working as intended. You almost had a really clean fortress for a second there. Let's check in with some dwarves. Lots of kindred spirits. Not a lot of children. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's such a fucking strange world. And YouTube is such a strange thing. But, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just happy that I'm able to do this full time at the end of the day. You know? I'm here. You guys support me enough that I'm able to stream. And I can afford my hobbies, mostly. And I'm paying my rent, paid my taxes. I'm still here, so that's good. Hanging out and doing my best, you know? All that jazz. So thank you for that. And I do think that, like, my big opportunity is going to be the release of the Steam version. That's when you'll see me doing, like, dumb comparison videos and, like, 10-tip videos and all that shit is the release of the Steam version. That's when you're going to see me, like, disappear for 3-4 days and just edit content and record shit. The second they give me stuff with, like, an embargo or something, oh, you bet I will have 10 videos ready to go because I have to do that. Time to be foolish with tickets. How much you invest in? I mean, I will probably the window when Dwarf Fortress releases, I will probably be streaming for 2+ weeks straight, nonstop, 7 days a week, 10-hour days, plus probably putting out 2 videos a day. That'll probably be the extent of that. Hey, Dragona, what's up? That's probably what I'll be doing at that period. When that happens, I will be streaming a fuckload. Dwarves make baby. Bah! How old's Crow? It's been 12 years since we've had a child. Damn it. 12 years. But yeah, no, it's a weird world. It's a weird world. Holy shit, I actually won an investment. That never happens. That never happens. Sorry for your loss, Stone. Sorry. Apologies. I think I'm going to swap out the garden sounds for I really wish that there was a medieval tavern sounds. There is medieval village, which will do. If I put on medieval village and then jump back out to the main website for this, and then also put on RPG dungeon sounds. See how that sounds. It's loading slowly. Crow has grown to become a peasant. Welcome to adulthood, Crow. A daughter of Zanny and Vagario, 12 years old. Likes tetrahedrite silver, purple spinel, mountain goat hoof, Rami fabric, and llamas. Just like your parents did. Instead of weaponsmithing and armoring, I'll just put you on blacksmithing. We'll give you leathercraft and weaving. We'll give you mechanics and siege engineering. All the hauling, all those. Healthcare jobs. And how about wood burning? There you go. We'll see you later, Beetlejuice. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for humoring the long-form discussion about what the fuck this industry is. But now we actually have an adult dwarf. Addition to the fortress. Felt affection after making a friend. We need more of that. Felt affection after talking with a friend. It's a lot of friends. Sound sense? No. I would need a DF hack for sound sense. Besides, SoundSense has those obnoxious Wilhelm screams, which I charge you to use, instead of just putting it into the game. No, I use noise machines. And you're also trying to get more people in Longdeath? I thought that you were going to say that, like, and you're playing a fortress that's slowly dying. I thought that's the route you were going to go with that. It's like, isn't it ironic that we're talking about growing your Twitch channel, and you're also, like, playing a long fortress that is inevitably dying? It's like kind of a weirdly doom and gloom look to have for things. Yeah, give them $5 a year, too. They work on the Wikipedia model of, hey, you use this, maybe donate us $5 after you use it for a bit, and then you sign up for the $5 a year. I mean, that's where I was expecting you to be going, Aqua, which also is kind of ironic, but yeah, you know, also is kind of ironic. I think it is kind of ironic and also kind of hilarious that I'm talking about growing on Twitch while subsequently building a fortress that's probably going to inevitably dwindle in numbers until they're all dead. But, you know, that might be part of the fun. I need to wait for my viewers to have children, though. You want to know what's a funny thing that somebody said on a stream that I was watching a long time ago? Was he'd had this realization that he'd been streaming for 8 years, right? And in that period of time he'd been streaming, one of his viewers had graduated high school, gone to university for engineering, and graduated as an engineer, and tipped him $1,000. He's like, man, I just need more, like 10 more of you to do that. Just like 10 of you to do that a year, and I'll be okay. He doesn't stream anymore because he, well, did some dumb things and no longer has a channel on Twitch, but like, well, he does. It's just, he basically like ground his own channel into the ground kind of intentionally because he didn't want to stream anymore. But anyway, yeah, that's a thing that I've seen happen. Dwarves are getting thirsty. Time to let them out. But let's do a little bit of construction. I kind of want to finish up this library today. Hopefully the dwarves have made some friends and can do things sooner rather than later. Yeah, and a little bit darker than I think you were going with that, but like, I don't know. That does kind of feel like the reality sometimes. It does kind of feel like the reality sometimes of like, the longer you do this, the harder it is to remind people that you exist. I mean, like, here's another thing, right? Like, I know people who've been streaming longer than I have, and you know, like, my channel has 1.2 million views on it, right? Like, 1.2 million people have seen this channel, or at least in theory, 1.2 million, not unique individuals, but people have tuned in to my channel 1.2 million times. And I know people with like 50 million who have the same numbers that I do, that were such important, huge people on the site 8 years ago, that now are like very small. So having that level of success fall down to a microscopic version of that is probably infinitely harder than what I've had, which is just the frustration of never quite having large amounts of success, but always having enough success to keep going. Which is enough in a passion-driven industry. Like, for a person like myself who, I'm here because I love being able to make people's day a little bit better. I love the process of what I actually get to do as a streamer. You know, I get to stream and promote games that I care about and want to see be successful, and I get to help people learn those games. I get to entertain people and help them get through a period of time that may be tricky. I get to just I get to do a lot of good in a short period of time, except for when I have shitty days, but everybody has shitty days. And that's a very unique position to be in. Like, not a lot of jobs let you do that in such a way, right? It uses ASCII, though. I mean, hopefully not initially. There will probably be a long period of time where I'm just playing with the Steam version graphics. Just because it would be stupid of me not to. Like, I would be very dumb if I were to just go and use the use Classic after the Steam version comes out. That would be statistically a really not smart idea. But yes, the people will do that. I would love to see this tile set translated into something that could work with the Steam version. But yeah, no, it's that's a very tricky and weird thing, you know? I don't know. Also, you know how we were talking earlier that when less people are talking in chat, view counts go down. Well, we went from almost 60 people down to 53, and there's only 2 people talking now. A couple people left. Views drop. Chat gets quiet. It continues. God, I hate talking about people in my chat as just views. It makes me feel sticky. I don't like it. Feels like I'm degrading people down to just numbers. I'm getting a phone call from my pharmacy. Hold on a second.
NANI?!
Sleepy said, name your favorite dwarf. It was between that or Grumpy. I don't know. Maybe Doc. He's actually like got some semblance of character. You weren't specific about what dwarves they had to be from. It's probably you. Your stream keeps freezing for you. I mean, view counts naturally come up and go down. That's what they do. But it's like I can directly like connect view count going up and down based on what's happening in the stream. Like if I get up and go do lunch, like there are times where I will delay going and getting my lunch because I know it's going to be like a 5-10 minute break because there's a lot of people talking. And when I get up and leave, by the time I come back, chat will have not died, but quieted down quite a bit because streamer's not there, so people take that opportunity to go make lunch themselves or get up and go do something else or watch something, or maybe they tab over to YouTube and don't come back immediately, right? Like little thing, like I will not get lunch sometimes because, or as early as I should because we're having a good conversation. I don't want to lose that. Need to set up a time to focus on it? Well, when you do, start posting screenshots again. I'd love to see them. You'd love to see the Mario mod for DF get a Steam version? Mario mod for DF hasn't been updated in like 5 years as well, so like I'm not sure what the original creator is actively doing with that, if anything. You're not alone there, stupid, but 119 Coldfire. 119. I mean, another more indirect problem that I need to figure out how to fix is I like my mods. B-Lug, Stoned Hobo, they all do a great job. my mods are the biggest lurkers in this channel. I need like 1, maybe 2 modders that don't actually do any modding. That literally the only thing they do is say hello to people who tune in. That's it. That's all that they need to do. And I've been trying to find a mod that could do that as long as I've been on Twitch. And every single time I appoint a new moderator, they always say that they'll do that. They never do. And then they just become another lurker. What's up, Fugless? It's good to see you. Because, like, just the act of saying hello to a random new person who tunes in and making them feel welcome is often enough to keep them sticking around. I have no idea what the Little Rascals is, so that's the thing I've never heard of. But yeah, that's like something that I wish I could have, but based on my stats thus far and luck getting every time I moderate somebody or mod somebody within a month, they just become an uber lurker. Was enslaved by goblins. She later left the goblin pit and reclaimed her civ's capital alone, and then restarted the site as a goblin fortress. That's kind of rad. Aqua, that's kind of rad. That's one of those forever stories that you gotta just keep telling. Literally, that's the best thing that moderators can do. And, like, I look at big channels, and they'll have, like, 1 or 2 mods that are barely moderating. They're just sitting there and saying hi to everybody. And I'm envious to no end about that. But, like, I'm not going to just demand that B-Lug, who's working full-time and has a family, you know, sit in my chat and, like, talk to everybody. And Hobo has a job. Hobo used to be like that, but, you know, he works and he has a social life and goes outside and he has family. He's got to do stuff around the house. Like, he's not there all the time, or he's playing games himself, and I'm not gonna take that away from him. He's gonna do his shit, you know? Like, I'm not paying you. Maybe if I was paying somebody, then at that point, like, maybe they actually would do that. But, like, literally the most valuable thing a moderator can do is just say hello to every single person who tunes in. Ask them how their day is. Make them say 1 or 2 things in chat. Then they're more likely to stick around after that. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That does some boxcar racing. I have no idea what it is. Goldfire. Oh, I worry and nothing is ever going to be okay because that's called getting older, right? Your body slowly fails until it eventually no longer works anymore. Getting older. Need 3 more ballista arrows. Telling everybody everything is going to be okay is one of the most overtold lies you could tell a person. Everything's going to be okay. All right. Sure. That is the most factually incorrect thing you could ever say, Dragon Man. I could see how it could come across that way, but it is the most incorrect thing you could possibly say. There's a very big difference between not caring about the chat. I mean, obviously there are some gargantuan streamers who, yes, you are just a number, but there are plenty of large channels where that's just not the case. It's like, it makes sense why you would think that, but it's not true. That being said, there are precautions and things that a streamer can do to make keeping up with chat easier. But there is a point where there's diminishing returns, and you don't like really benefit as much by engaging as much with the chat. Most of my favorite streams who are large, like a couple thousand people watching, still talk to their chat all the damn time. All the time. Say hello to most of the new people that pop in. It's all about how you run your stream. It's certainly possible to run a stream in a format so that it's absolutely possible to just communicate with most of the people who tune in. It's very much possible. In fact, it's completely doable. You know, it's funny, right, Thugless? Because, like, this conversation is one that I have. Not super frequently, but frequently enough that I think many people probably know kind of the things that I talk about. But one thing that always rattles around in my brain is there is definitely a portion of my audience, like Douglas Adams in chat, who, at your words, I stay away from large channels. It feels much less intimate. Right. I'm talking about how to grow my stream, how to become a bigger channel over time. I do genuinely believe that there is a portion of the people who watch my streams who do not want me to grow. Whether it's intentional selfishness or unintentional bias. I do genuinely believe that there is a portion of my audience that doesn't want me to grow. Because they don't want me to become one of those channels. But in reality, being a channel with a few hundred people watching, or a few thousand people watching, is significantly better for long-term financial stability than a channel with 50. I mean, like, I go back in time, and I Coldfire, I could name a number of viewers who have stopped watching. And then maybe they pop in 6 years later or 2 years later, and I ask them why they stopped watching. Oh, well, where'd you go? Well, you got too big. Like, that literally happened the other day when I was playing The Witness. Somebody tuned in for the first time in several years, and was like, oh, hey, it's good to see you. It's like, well, why'd you stop watching in the first place? Oh, you grew. Too many people are watching. Chat moves too quickly. There's genuinely, most likely, a period of people that do not want me to grow. There's a big gap between 50 and 5,000 people. I mean, I've said this a billion times, but if I ever got to a point where I was getting... Because I can easily keep up with 15 messages a minute in chat. No problem. 15 messages a minute, no issue. Which is about what we have when we're the most talkative, right? If I ever got to a point where I was getting like 40 messages a minute, I would put a 5-second cooldown on anybody talking who wasn't a subscriber, and a 1-second cooldown on anybody talking who was a subscriber, which would be a little bit annoying for typing, but would completely nuke the ability for people to spam, and would make it perfectly possible for me to keep up with chat again. No issues. And I would do that. And then if we got to a point where I was getting that number of chat again, I would add another second onto it, and it would nuke that and keep that as a perfectly readable chat room, maintaining the same sense of community that we've always had, which is something that I want to keep. Very much so. I think it's all about how the channel manages their audience, you know? We'll see you when we see you, Taylor. Thanks for hanging out. Cheers. I don't know if you can keep up with chat. Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about, Aqua. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Jesus. It's wild. I mean, I know people recently who've straight up stated that they stopped watching me because I've become too big. Recently. Recently. Got Dwarves brewing. Probably finish this little bit of wall and then go back inside. I mean, chat doesn't really need any slowdowns or moderations to keep chat readable until the streamer has about 300 viewers. And sometimes even less than that. Like, I know a guy who frequently caps 600 viewers, and his chat's perfectly readable. Like, just as readable as mine. It doesn't move much faster than mine. Granted, he has like roughly 1,200 subscribers that just passively are resubscribing every month. About 1,200, sometimes more, sometimes less. To give you an idea, I have about 250. So that means just based off of that, he's making like 5 times passive income that I am. And I'm barely surviving. He is definitely more than barely surviving. He's doing just fine. But also, like, it goes back to the same thing, like with like paid opportunities, right? Like, I look at what my teammates make off of sponsorships with 200-300 viewers, and then look at what I make, and I'm like, man, it's like not even worth doing sponsorships because of how little I make off of them. Like, the small sum of money that I could get paid to do sponsorships, like, I'd rather just like keep my full integrity and just not even bother, because it's like, oh great, well cool, I make $30. Well, I mean, I could probably do that anyway on a good day. So why would I bother? Like, yeah, it's money and you're leaving money on the table, but also like it's more valuable at that point to not give you guys the advertisement and just not take the sponsorship because my numbers are bad. But if I had 300 people watching, well then the lump sum of money that they would offer for the exact same work becomes enough so that it's like, well, okay, now I can justify this. It's like, we're talking the difference between $30 and a couple $100, right? It's like, oh, one sponsorship. Like, someone I know told me how much he made from one 30-minute sponsorship that he did roughly a month ago. And this is somebody who I talk to sometimes. He's a pretty big channel. Like, we'll just say a couple thousand viewers on a good day. Who I talk to sometimes off stream. And yeah, one sponsorship paid him more money in 30 minutes than I make in a month. That's not uncommon. It's very common. So. But that's just, you know, the way of things, right? Somebody with a much bigger audience is much more valuable to advertisers again. I'm not. If anything, I'm the opposite of valuable. I'm just another generic fucking bloke streaming to a small audience that lurks. We'll see you later, Aqua. Cheers. And the lurks begin again. Nah, it's fine. I'd love to grow too. I'd love to grow too. All right. Well, I should probably go figure out lunch. God, I feel like I've just been a massive fucking downer all day today. Chat, I'm gonna go figure out lunch. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Hopefully less than 10. Yeah, no. I mean, unless it's like a dwarf has given birth, it's no reason to be excited. You guys can follow trees. I'm not stressed. I mean, I'm a bit depressed, but I'm not stressed. Like, this is just the shit that goes through my brain every minute of every day. I'm just not vomiting it into your ear holes every day, right? Like, literally, I'm thinking about this stuff all the time. This never leaves my brain. Ever. Like, I've been doing this for years. These thoughts, always in my brain. Always. Will I be here next month? Can I afford to be here next month? Will the stream be here next year? Will I be able to afford my rent next year? Should I move and try and find a nicer place to be happier? Can I afford a nicer place to be happier? Probably not. Should I buy this thing to make me happy? Should I save that money because I'm not going to make that money next month? Was this month really good because it was an anomaly? Was last year really good because it was an anomaly? Am I going to make half the money next year than I did this past year? Those are all questions that are just constantly rattling through my brain. Am I going to get any raids this month? Is my channel going to grow at all? Am I going to get any new regulars? Are new people going to tune in? Do people even care about the stuff that I do? Now, these are all things that are just always in my brain, always rattling back and forth, and always like at the forefront of my thoughts. And it often feels as though I'm just, you know, like if, and this is one of those like weird tooting my own horn things, but like If you go to a lot of bigger channels know who I am. Like a lot of the really well-known people who've been on this site for a long time know who I am. You know, I've talked with them. They know me personally in a lot of cases. But I'm just one of those small ones. There's a lot of really big Twitch streamers who watch my YouTube videos. Like the DF News Update videos. I'll go tune into their streams to say hi, and they'll be like, "Hey, I like that video." Cool. Anyway, I'm going to go find lunch. I will be back in a couple minutes. You guys have a dwarf to watch who's currently discussing blood vessels. Take care of yourselves, chat. Can I get a little round of beers, if you happen to be so kind? And also, if you have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. Should be back in less than 10 minutes, hopefully. BRB.
Sandwich!
Whoa, dude,
yeah,
fuck yeah,
baby.
dude, this
Let's
is
go.
fucking sick, hell yeah, woo!
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
No! 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 No!
Let's take
make a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
This dwarf is still discussing blood vessels. So Vim, am I supposed to acknowledge that you did that, or did you do that when I wasn't here specifically so that I wouldn't notice? Regardless, thank you very much for gifting a 5-pack out to the into the ether of Twitch chat. Cheers. Research. Ooh. That means they might write a book. That's actually cool. When they say research, it's just like when they say writing, exclamation point. All right. Which one is me sped up or modulated? Oh, the catch-up thing? Yeah, that's me. That's actually like a 2-minute rant cut down to just a couple of seconds. There we go. We now have wolflets. We have baby wolfies. Look at this. Stray wolf pup. He's adorable. Excuse me. A stray wolf pup. Make the wolf available as a pet, maybe. Does King want anything? Yep. Okay, 2 greats and a ballista arrow. Yeah, we have pet wolves. I just bought them off of the humans. They brought a breeding pair, so I was like, might as well grab both of them. You slowly lost the will to do so? Wait, what are you asking, Sir Cannon Fodder? I'm scrolling up. You know, have you, Cannon Fodder, have you listened to the interview that I did with Epion or Cornell of Jupiter Hell? Because you should listen to that. Or rather, you should listen to the first 30 minutes of it. Because the first 30 minutes is him talking about his early days and his early projects, why he got into it and the things he worked on initially. Make something small. Make a 7-day RL, you know? Make something that you have to finish and ship and get feedback on. Make something that is achievable and completable and finishable. Just like, as Coldfire said, make small achievable goals. You know, if you sit down and say, I'm going to make my masterpiece. I'm going to work on this for 5 years and it'll be this incredibly deep, awesome thing. You'll never finish it. Now, if you sit down and say, I'm going to make a game and I have 30 days to make this game. In 30 days, I need to have a playable thing. It has to be simple. It has to be finishable. It has to be completable. It has to be a playable thing that is done in X amount of hours. If you do that, you'll actually achieve something. You'll actually complete something, and you'll feel much more satisfied. Then you can go back and work on it later, but it's best to make a thing, finish a thing, put it out there, get some feedback, and then make another thing. Would be my advice. I mean, a lot of the biggest, most legendary roguelike developers in the past have made games, finished games, or started making giant projects, stopped working on giant projects, taken a break, made a small project, and then gone back to the giant project. Look at Caves of Cud, right? They worked on Caves of Cud for like 10 years, stopped working on Caves of Cud for a few years, made Sproggy Wood, released Sproggy Wood, made some money on Sproggy Wood, and then went back to working on Caves of Cud. So you could have like a big dream project, but what is probably better in the long run is actually multiple small projects instead of just a big project. It's like big projects can certainly be fun and they are awesome in theory, but what's more important is actually finishing projects, more so than just having a big project. You know, if I was a brand new streamer, I'd never streamed before, and I was like, I'm gonna stream 1,000 years of Longdeath, I probably would have made it 20 days in, gotten bored, and stopped because chat would have been dead, nobody would be watching, there'd be no interest, and I probably would have quit early on. But I didn't. You know, I did small things and streamed for a very long period of time before I attempted something this stupid, and now here I am. Right. But, like, you know, if I want to write music, I'm not going to sit down and be like, all right, I'm going to write a 6-hour-long album. I'm like, well, okay, I will write a 30-second long riff. Okay, let's release that riff. What do people think of that riff? They like that riff. Okay, well, what can I do to improve on that riff? You know, I don't think I'm going to sit down and write a whole album. That's not how I go about doing things. I'm actually going to leave them off of the Celebrate thing because otherwise frame rates are going to get a little dicey. And I've got some military dwarves that need to train because they're sad. Once spring rolls around and the snow melts, we'll go back to working on that construction. We're almost at spring. A to-do list is probably also a helpful thing, yeah. But keeping things within 6-hour album. I mean, I don't know. I'm rambling off bullshit, you know, but it's like some buckethead bullshit. But yeah, no, anyway, I'm just trying to give examples. It's almost like we're talking about King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard here. But I don't know. That's how I find motivation for things, is I do what I think would be interested. Dwarf likes playing and excited remembering performing. Can I make you into a tavern performer? make you into a tavern performer. So this is a child who already knows how to play musical instruments in DF. Dabbling in Galem. In theory, better at playing this musical instrument than doing any other Dwarven skills. Which is interesting. You need a King Gizzard but to go with your Lizard Wizard. Cooler. Well, it's just, I joke about King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard because they are a... most bands write a lot of music, right? And release none of it. And then they will very carefully curate an album together and release an album once, you know, every couple of years probably, right? That's most bands. In some extreme cases, every decade they'll release an album of very heavily curated music. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard writes a lot of music and releases all of it. All of it. Every bit. Try refreshing, Denzin. Try refreshing. Twitch has had some weird issues recently. Unless you're using an external player, in which case then I don't fucking know. But if you're watching on Twitch itself, try refreshing when you run into issues like that. But if anybody's having any stuttering issues with the stream, let me know. If anybody is having any stuttering issues, let me know. That's a good question, Dragona. That's a good question. Psych rock, I think, is probably what I would like immediately list them under. They're kind of like the modern, or like this generation's Grateful Dead. Yeah, they're kind of like this generation's Grateful Dead. They kind of do a bit of everything. A little bit of everything. A lot of fucking around. Buckethead, not Buckhead. Refresh didn't help. I have no idea. Are you running Adblock? That might be it. If you're running Adblock, whitelist Twitch or delete your Adblock. Or turn off your Adblock completely. Try that if you have Adblock running. No problem, Cannon Fodder. Make something cool. Although I do actually have an example of a band that just sits down and writes music for 4 hours. I mean, I'm just saying, like, that might be a problem. Twitch is, like, taking a very asinine stance against Adblock recently. So if you're having problems, it might be Adblock. But I do know a band called... why am I blanking on them now? Something Octopus. Why am I blanking? It's Psychic Octopus? No. What's the name of them? Electric Octopus. Electric Octopus, they're a band, and they'll literally just, like, here's 6 hours of guitar noodling, and it's an album. It's literally just, like, 6 hours of them just, like, jamming. Like, they recently put out an album, right? It's, like, the first, the 0th, the second jam, do it again, next day jam 1 and finale, and each one is just, like, 20 minutes of them jamming. Driving Under the Influence of Jams is a good example, where it's, like, just 30 minutes of them just, like, jamming. These albums are all great. I love this band. These guys are awesome. This is a 4-hour album of them just jamming. They're great. It's literally just, like, them jamming. So fucking good. It's built into the browser. Well, I can't help you then. Like, generally when it comes to issues like that, it's like, oh, I can't help you. It's not me, it's Twitch. If I had any say, yeah, fuck yeah, turn your ad block on. But I'm not running any ads, so at the very least, you'll have that. It's like I run a pop-up blocker, but I don't run ad block, so it doesn't bother Twitch. It's one of those tricky discussions where it's just like, well, I mean, it gets you an abjectly, significantly better viewing experience, but I guess a large portion of people who are in that situation just don't care about having a better viewing experience, and so they just leave. That's also another reality that we were Based on what we were talking about earlier, where it's just like, yeah, straight up people just stop watching Twitch because of their Twitch's stance on ad block. It genuinely hurts a lot of us smaller channels. Where your friends got to jam? Yep, I miss going to bars. I miss going to shows. I miss going to all that shit down in Minstrel. How have you been? It's good to see you. It's been a minute. Yeah, no, it's not easy. 21st of Obsidian, late winter. I have a feeling one of those merchants is gonna die. I've never understood people's veracity about insisting on using ad block, though. I've literally never used ad block on any computer ever. It's like I use, like I said, a pop-up blocker, but that's not ad block. That's a pop-up blocker. And I don't have issues with ads on any site. It's like they don't bother me. They don't really irritate me. Like I'll delete cookies and clear my cache occasionally, but like, I guess I have a different mentality when it comes towards a lot of that stuff than a lot of other people, and it just, so I've never run into any of these problems. But when I suggest it as a solution to problems people may be having with the stream, and they act like I've killed their pet, it's like, but what? Okay, I mean, I'm just trying to help. Apologies for attempting to assist. This is a problem that you are making for yourself these days. So I can't help. Sorry. Well, I hope that spring semester goes well, Donna Minstrel. Appreciate the lurks. I'm just slowly building on what is still the longest death. Investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets, chat. Ironically, because the conversation we were having prior was, you know, about like struggles with trying to grow a channel like mine, right? I actually had somebody state that they were going to stop watching me because of Twitch's take on ads when Twitch started having the big old pop-up on the channel that blocks ads, or that blocks you if you're using an ad block. And they were just like, well, due to Twitch's changes, it's like, I can't support you anymore. And so I lost a patron and a subscriber. Because, wow, that is a fuck it. Good luck, Stone. Good luck. I'm reading this wall of text, Dragona. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know. As somebody who makes quite a bit of money off of ads, well, maybe not quite a bit of money, but a little bit of money off of ads. I get about $100 a month from YouTube, all on ads. I don't use an ad blocker because I think that that would be hypocritical of me. And I won't. I just don't. I never have. I never will, I don't think. I mean, it's been a long time since the days of ads actually giving you malware. I mean, they track you, but all my information's out there anyway. So, I don't know. I don't know. To each their own, yeah, but it's like, it's very frustrating when people are just like, well, I'm having problems with Twitch. It's like, maybe whitelist Twitch on your ad blocker, and then they act like I've committed a crime. Which is like, okay. I'm sorry for making this suggestion. Sheesh. All right. Nope, didn't lose anybody important. Human Nor. No, I mean, you're not acting like I've committed a crime. That's fine, Dinzen. But people have like insulted me before for suggesting that I turn off ad block and calling me like not nice words. Will a lot of sites be more legible? Yeah. The more people that use ad block, the more ads need to exist for those of us who don't. Good job, Stone. Fuck yeah. Gamble paid off. And here's some paperwork. One sheep wool tunic and one silty clay. Then why don't you always invest 67? I don't know. I don't agree. I have a lot of vision issues, and I don't have any problems with sites demanding your visual attention. Just look at ad, glance at ad, realize ad, look away. It's not... Anyway, this is a fucking stupid discussion to have because I just find it endlessly frustrating. An ambush demonstration. Oh, that's the kind of shit you need. An ambush demonstration. It's a good demonstration. I mean, shitty clay is not that bad of a thing to read. Maybe slutty clay would be your head in the gutter. But shitty clay, I mean, it is just shitty clay. Silty clay is like less good clay. Oh no, one of my cows, my moose died. Rip moose. It's okay though, it's a cow moose. I got 2 cow mooses. Eat the moose? I mean, it died of old age. You don't want to eat things that died of old age. Or rather, dwarves don't eat things that died of old age. And I'd like to breed more moose, so no, I'm not going to eat the moose. What? Sometimes I like somehow manage to just like quickly hit enter twice so fast that like I don't even get the next menu prompt. I don't know how I do it, but sometimes the game just does that. It's weird. It's like I'm holding down enter or something for like half a second too long. I don't know. Something I've always tried to do is I've always tried to run as few ads as possible on my stream to just try and make ads be a non-issue so that people would whitelist my stream or turn off ad block while they're watching my channel for the... No, it's not sticky. I guarantee you it's not sticky. So I literally clean my keyboard once a week. I'm very anal about that shit. Yeah, no, it's very much a... I don't know. I guess I feel a little bit insulted sometimes when people refuse to turn off ad block for my streams because I try to present a broadcast where you wouldn't want to turn on ad block. Like, I mean, for me personally, one of the worst things ever is if I go watch a stream and there's unblockable ads embedded in the stream because it's distracting, it's annoying, and I know how much money it pays them. So it actively takes away from my enjoyment of a broadcast, and it's such a immediate double-edged sword because I know how much money they're making off of those ads. And so on one hand, it's like kind of jealousy that I don't run ads like that, but on the flip side, it's like, fuck, I find this so goddamn distracting. Also, if my enter key was sticky, it would be happening every time, not 1 in like 1,000. I think what it is if you hold down enter in DF, it can cause things to skip and double press or register as a double press. And sometimes I hold it down a little bit too long when I'm like speeding through different options. Or double tap by mistake. Like, to give you guys an idea, I used to have this, or actually I do have this personal rule. Still kind of talking about streams and whatnot. I have this personal rule, which has been a rule that I've had in the back of my head for a really long time, which is if my channel hits 50 concurrent viewers or dips below 50 concurrent viewers, it's time to end stream. That's the point where chat gets quiet enough consistently and money gets slow enough consistently that I am actively losing money by still streaming. And I've been like dancing around that 50 viewer mark all day today. And that's one of the most, how do I describe it? Self-defeating feelings I will ever get streaming is the it's the today was a waste of time feeling, and it doesn't matter that you tried to stream regardless of whether or not people enjoyed it because the average view counts are so low that sponsorships won't matter anymore. Even though I'm not actively seeking out sponsorships, but that's this feeling that I get whenever I hit 50 viewers. 50 is a lot of people. Doesn't matter if people enjoy it, doesn't matter if the stream's been good, but I feel like the day is a failure if I hit that number. It's just been this goal that I've had in my head for the past couple of years. It's like anything more than 50, we're good. When I dance below that number, I'm failing. Why didn't you buy it 6 months ago? God damn it, Pablo Rasta. You're late to the party, man. Go play more of that game. It's good. Leave them a review. And I don't know why that number specifically is such a active one in my head, but go do what you gotta do, stupid. Go do what you gotta do. It's a nice round number. It's the number of failure. That's what it is. All right, bringing in more diorite. We'll get this library done today. We got the windows installed yesterday. We'll get the library done. Unfortunately, I don't believe you'll ever understand, Dawn of Minstrel. These are things that are literally impossible to communicate to people who don't do this. The bridge progress? What bridge? You mean the... Yeah, what bridge? I'm not building a bridge in this fort. It's like, we're working on the large above ground constructed area, but it's not a bridge. I mean, there's this, but again, it's not a bridge. Because that's the king's throne room, but that's not a bridge. So I don't know what you're talking about. You know, if you said something like that to me 5 years ago, Donna Minstrel, I would have agreed. But time destroys enthusiasm. And it becomes just successful days and failure days. Many days are failure days. Today, so far, has financially been okay, but statistically has been a failure day. Yesterday was statistically a failure day. Financially, a successful day, but statistically a failure day. Tomorrow will probably be a statistically failure day. Sunday was a failure. Most of last week was very much statistically horrible failures. Most of last week, even though we had great streams last week. Many of the streams last week were awesome. Statistically and financially, last week was a failure. It's just a fact. I lost money last week. I spent more money on groceries than I made last week. It's just a fact. As a business, last week was a massive failure. So a jumping off point for success? I mean, there's always a jumping off point for success. But if there was a jumping off point of success for my channel, would I really, 7.5 years in, not be financially successful yet? Or would I have jumped off and found some form of success? You know, like, comment was made earlier today from Pete, which was, you're shocked. It was shocked that in the amount of time I've been streaming and the amount of hours I stream and the amount of work that I put into my stream isn't bigger. Because genuinely, I put more hours, more time, more effort, more production value, more everything into my streams than a large number of people on this site. Yet, here I am, still struggling, trying to grow, trying to build, trying to be something more than I currently am. So I really wish I could have that attitude, Minstrel, but it doesn't exist. It used to exist. Now it's just, let's try and survive, make it to the next week, make it to the next month, make it to the next year, and then do it again. It's just survival. It's not thriving. I've never thrived. I've always just survived. Now we're just literally retreading the discussion that we had an hour ago, Pablo. I don't know if I have the energy to have this discussion again. No, I know you weren't here. I'm just punching in my blood sugar stuff from earlier because I forgot to do that after I ate. Yeah, but I don't think that you've been running your own private business working for yourself entirely. You know, you said that you've been going from contract gig to contract gig, working for other people, right? So even that to a degree is different than, oh, I've been working for myself, doing this by myself for this amount of time. Yeah, like, yeah, there's similarities for sure, but requires a tremendous amount of self-faith, mental health, mental fortitude, consistency, strength, and consistency. And people's advice often of how I could run my business in a way that, you know, would be better for me often means to the detriment of my income, right? They brought a bull moose. I could, I mean, I just lost a cow moose. I would have bought a cow moose if they brought one, but they didn't. I'll just trade all of this for some apricots and plums. Almost halfway there. Living on a prayer. Because it's your life and it's now or never. Because I ain't gonna live forever. Launch the EXE. Dragon Man. Also, generally turn your computer on. Just win the lottery. Yeah, well. Should listen to those fuckers on YouTube that are just reselling stuff on Amazon. Here's how to make $1 billion in passive income. Brr. In the past, since about when I invested 2,000, you randomly decided to cobble together a thing. What thing did you randomly decide to cobble together? All right. What thing did you make? I can barely anticipate the excitement. Stone. Start a Ponzi scheme. How about everybody who watches me just gives me $5? Unprompted. All at the exact same time. I don't need to start a goddamn Ponzi scheme. No, honestly, I would rather people didn't. Don't do what you can't afford. It's not necessarily about money, right? That's kind of the weird thing. For me, more than anything, it's more just like, how do I convince more people to watch? Like, there is a crushingly low number of people watching today. Is that because of a failure of something I've did? Is it because Longdeath is boring as shit? Is it because people just don't want to watch me anymore? Is it because I'm too aggressive when I get upset? Is it because the content I stream is bad? Is it because there just isn't enough promotion for what I do? Is it because, like, why? Right? Is it because the world is opening up and people are going back to work? I hope not, because if that's the case, I'm fucked. I'll have a look in a second, Stone, after I'm finished placing these diorite blocks. You know, if the stats that we have right now is because everybody who's watching me has gone back to work, I'm screwed. That's a fact. If the income I've had in the last week and a half is because everybody has gone back to work and this is just going to be the normal going on, I'm not going to be able to afford to do this full time in 6 months. Like, that's where we're at in the last 2 weeks financially. And that's where we're at statistically in the last 2 weeks. So I hope that's not the case. I hope things will go back to where they were a couple months ago by the time summer ends, or I'm in trouble. I don't remember why I opened this door. What is this, like, struggling to be creative? Should sign it and post it on Twitter. That's pretty good. You signed up for my Patreon? Pog. Thank you, man. I mean, need to actually open up Patreon. And yes, you can afford a month. Like I always say, don't do things you can't afford. I will put you on the list, Dragon Man. Welcome back. Let's dig up the Patreon password. What do I owe you? What are we doing here? And then there's this problem, which is now I just feel bad because I feel like I'm guilting people into giving me money. Which is like the worst thing you can do as a streamer. Let's nuke that. Alright, that should work for you again, Dragonman. What, guilting people into giving streamer money? I've always joked that streamers are internet panhandlers.
Cheese for everyone!
Your roommate would also yell at you. I would be concerned if you did that because I know too much about your living situation, Dragonman. And yes, I would yell at you. Because nobody should do my highest tier. My highest tier is stupid. Time for celebration? In what sort? Like for the dwarves? I mean, I'm trying to get this library constructed. Because I want to move the library up here. Celebrate good times, come on. Do, 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 do. Celebration. That's what it's named. That's what I named this. Guess you're like the character in that regard. Have you ever seen shitty watercolor, Stone? Because I'm just going to throw this out there. I would love to see you make more little comics like that because that's really cool. At least you're making stuff. At least I'm making stuff. It's not an uncommon soundbite, Dragon. But we got those independently of each other. There's no connection there. There's actually not much crossover between me and Twinge, audience-wise. It's mostly just you, I think. Well, that's on you, my dude. That's on you. Not really a comparable problem. I've never had any problems like creating things. You subscribed? Hold on. What do I owe you? What do I owe you? I'm assuming your name is the name that I probably can't say out loud. Pete. So, sound commands it is. Me think. Thank you, man. Cheers. I'll get those signed up for you. Give me a sec. Yeah, which is why I don't have notifications on the stream from the Patreon. Because I don't want to accidentally, like, you know, out people's real names. That would be a bad if I did that, I would think. I'm just working under the assumption that that would be a bad. Probably shouldn't do that. All right, there you go. You should be good to go. Exclamation point, annoy me. You'll see all the sound commands. Excuse me. Although on the topic of channels that have always kind of struggled to find a even remotely mainstream audience, me and Twinge have a lot in common in that regard. Twinge has also been at this for a really long goddamn time. At least the first one had a joke. I mean, they don't necessarily... Comics don't need to be funny. They just need to be... They just need to convey a narrative. And that comic conveys a narrative. Simple narrative, but still a narrative. But anyway, yeah. Stone, have you seen Shitty Watercolor? Shitty Watercolor is a Redditor who got kind of internet famous for painting shitty watercolor. And this is what his art looks like. This is shitty watercolor. He has this kind of like very cartoony look to things, and he draws these little comics and stuff. He's actually like made a book filled with like his doodles. And they started off as response to Reddit threads. So people would post a thread about something, and he would respond with these shitty watercolor paintings. He eventually developed a following of his own and has never really found financial success doing it, which has been kind of the sad story connected to it. But he's got this very iconic look to his artwork, and your artwork kind of reminds me of that a little bit. It's like it's simple, but it has kind of a weird style to it. It's neat. I like it. You love shitty watercolor? Yeah, shitty watercolor's cool. I'm not a big fan of a lot of the copycats of shitty watercolor, but I do like shitty watercolor. Yeah, no, there's quite a few novelty Reddit accounts that have, I guess, are kind of copycats. Like there's also Comment Sketch, I think, is it? Where he just like draws with a pencil a sketch and then just links it as an image or link instead of commenting. So there's also that guy who shitty watercolor and Comment Sketch have had like battles before where they'll just like respond to each other, which is always very entertaining to see. But I wish you had a, what's the word? I wish you had like a portfolio on a website somewhere. So it would be cool to be able to see that. See all of your art in one place, I guess. Hey, Holy Spokes. What's up? I apologize, chat. I'm in very much a venti, not brilliant mood today. But thank you for all the support today. Sometimes you just need to vent. Yeah, well. Perhaps one day, all this will be worth it. Stone art masonry? Masonry? Stone's a mason? Speaking of people who have a good style who need a better portfolio. Cooler, you need a better portfolio. Because every now and again I have people who are just like, does your artist have a portfolio? I'm like, well, he has this really old Tumblr that he hasn't updated in like 5 years. I actually had somebody ask me for your portfolio the other week, and they went with a different artist because you didn't have one. I was like, well, I can just like send you a bunch of his work, and they're like, nah, it's fine. I'll find someone with a portfolio. I'm like, God damn it. I read that twice. First time I read that Holy Spokes was, the most I've done today is fuck my guitar. I was like, what? So I like did a double blink and like second take and then read it a second time and oh, fuck with my guitar. Oh. Don't fuck a guitar. That would hurt. That'll be bad. Maybe don't do that. Unless you take the strings off first. Even then, maybe still don't do that. Unless, like, you know, you really like your guitar. Ow. Yeah, that's the image I got in my head, Holy Spokes. One night guitar stand. I own a guitar stand. I don't so I'm not gonna say it's like ever been a one night stand or even a nightstand for that matter. You strung her along. Ah, jeez. This conversation got weird. What have I done? I said unless you take the strings off first. It's like don't fuck with your socks on kind of thing. Nobody likes that. No, it's all good, Holy Spokes. Just fucking around. Having a good time, you know. Babbling about random shit. My question is more where. What do you mean where? Like, where are you going to post it? Or like, where should you put a portfolio? Like that kind of question? I mean, any blogging site. Literally any blogging site. There's no mandates? All right, let's put everybody back into the celebrate. Jump down to the bottom. Turn off training. Just let dwarves go wherever and do whatever. And by that I mean go to the tavern and dance and socialize and all that jazz. Go to the temple and pray. Do what you need to do. I don't know. I don't pay attention to what DeviantArt is doing. I mean, these days, like, the sites that I like looking at portfolios on the most are probably either Blogspot or Tumblr. Like, Tumblr is kind of pointless for what it used to be used for, but it's still very useful as like an artist platform. DeviantArt alt does work. I don't know. Like DeviantArt's kind of a crappy platform, but like it works just fine as a place to post art. I know a couple artists that use Twitter as a place to store their portfolio and share their work. Hey, Darren, what's up? It's good to see you. But I don't know. There's lots of places you can do. Any social media platform, in theory, works. Any public social media platform, so not Facebook, works as a blog for art-related things. Or just post all of your work. Post your work with a watermark. And in case somebody wants to purchase something or commission something, you could point them towards that. Well, then how come you never tell us about this, Stone? You know, you can promote that, right? Brain. Work, please. It's where the majority of the Sonic fandom posts their OCs. It's the artist's platform that is notorious for having terrible art on it. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like it's where all of the 16-year-old anime fans who don't know how to draw but really want to draw go and draw their anime characters making out. It's where I don't know. Why is DeviantArt bad? It's where a lot of furry art is posted. Basically, it's the website where a lot of people who draw borderline fetishistic artwork about things that people wouldn't generally describe as normal fetishes, but not quite actual porn, goes on DeviantArt. Which is why people look at DeviantArt and go, when they see it from a distance, because there's a lot of weird shit up there. But like, it's fine just as a platform to use as a portfolio for any artist, but it's also just like kind of a weird site in that regard, you know? Also, like, they've had a lot of problems with bots and people favoriting things, and the site's like tried to kind of go do other things. It's kind of like Tumblr in a way. Like, you know, you say Tumblr, and people who've used or been around Tumblr a lot will kind of just go, ugh. Kind of like Reddit in some ways, where it's like Reddit is mostly fine, but there's definitely some places on Reddit that are kind of a... Whereas maybe with something like DeviantArt, the majority of it is kind of the ugh. But like I said, it's fine. It's better than something like ArtStation for amateur artists, because ArtStation, I think you have to pay them to have an account. It is a nanosecond within publishing? Yeah, no, totally. ArtStation is basically like where professional concept artists go, yeah. I don't know. Personally, my favorite place to see artists' work is probably Tumblr. It's just a very well laid out, clean blogging platform. Even though you can't post porn there anymore, which is what the majority of their audience was, I do think that Tumblr is pretty good for that sort of thing. With who? I don't know who that is. Oh, like, oh wait, is that one of your characters that you drew and uploaded today, Stone? Gotcha. I was like thinking like you were talking about some celebrity or something, and it took me a second. Considering how much of a hiatus you're currently in, yeah, no, that's fair. Health comes first, right, Kohler? Health comes first. It's glorious and you need to bleach your eyes. Well, I have, I can help. I can help. Give me a second. No, that's fair. There's some eye bleach for you. You're welcome, of course. Safe for Wario. If it's safe for Wario, it's safe for me. You know what's really funny is when people try and describe the term safe for work, it's like, well, depends on your work, because I used to get called dumb white cunt when I worked in McDonald's. So it really depends on what you describe as safe for work. Safe for your work might not be safe for my work. What's safe at my work is probably not safe at your work. I was dumb white boy or dumb white cunt when I worked in fast food for the last like 3 years that I worked there. It's so much more wholesome than you expected. Oh, it's a wonderful sub. Here's another wonderful subreddit. Give me a second. This one you have to trust me though, okay? Just understand that you have to trust me for this one. Okay? Like, just realize that nothing will go wrong, and this place is way safer than it seems. Nothing will go wrong. Trust me. Nothing will go wrong. Because it's one of the greatest subreddits on Earth. It's cats in tight places. Grape soda. Tight pussy. Kitty cat. It's one of the best subreddits. /r/tight pussy. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Your first thought was that you were going to get rickrolled? Nah. It's just cats in tight spaces. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Funny puns like that are the thing that keep me alive. It's subreddits like that that give me hope for humanity, you know? Genuinely. Subreddits like that that give me hope for humanity. All right, it's time to butcher a bunch of animals. Of a non-Newtonian liquid? I mean, yeah, I could see it. It's time to re-up the leather supplies. There they go. But yeah, I don't know why that was your first thought, Frog for Hire. I'll have you know if I'm going to make you listen to Rick Astley's Never Going to Give You Up, I would tell you first, because that is a wondrous song. It's absolutely a beautiful song. And frankly, like it would be rude of me to forcibly make somebody listen to such a good song. A song that I, in fact, own on 7-inch vinyl record. I own the single for Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley on vinyl. It's one of the originals, actually. It was $1.60. So, yeah, the little record, not that big. I play it on the Discord stream sometimes. Really? You Rick rolled her and then proposed? I mean, you could do worse. Unfortunate it didn't work out, but been there. It's a good song in general. Your brother has one too? Really? Yeah, no, I have Africa by Toto. I have Never Gonna Give You Up. I have actually here, I'll go grab all the singles. Well, I've got a bunch of shit that you've never heard of, and then also those two the two songs that System of a Down put out last year on 7-inch. I have a couple. I really want to get Men at Work. I Come From a Land Down Under on 7-inch, which is available. And I also want to get... fuck, what's the name of it? Why am I blanking on this now? Oh, Take On Me by Aha on 7-inch. Because those are all available and they're all cheap. So I need to get one, I need to get me those at some point soonish. A Judas Priest single that was pressed in Spain in the 80s. The oldest record I have is actually a musical. A recording of a musical that was recorded in the 60s. And pressed in, like, it was like 68? You don't own any albums? Oh, that's fair. I mean, lots of people don't own physical albums. Or even digital albums, but Take On Me is a good song. It's a good song. I mean, as far as, like, more classic music goes on vinyl, I own, Yes. I have Yes. I got a bunch of Talking Heads. I have, two original pressings of, Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin 4 and In Through the Outdoor. Or Untitled 4, I think is the technical term. I have, what else do I have? A bunch of Canadian, like, 80s bands that no one's heard of. I have an Asia record, which I bought for 99 cents. Let's see, I've got, one of my prized possessions now, actually, is I have a recording of Rush playing live on vinyl. Which isn't a particularly rare record, but it wasn't a hugely pressed thing, and it's an original pressing. So that's fucking lovely. I've streamed that on Discord a couple of times. Basically what I'm saying is you should keep track of my Discord, because when I stream records, I stream good shit over on Discord. Probably right that you haven't heard of them. Well, hold on. Have you heard of Chilliwack? Not the city, the band. right, well, there's one. Have you heard... let me skim through this. Well, okay, I've got Moody Blues and Al Stewart, who you've probably heard of. You heard of Prism? Prism is one that you may have heard of. Although, you've heard of the people that Prism have started working for. Most of the original lineup of Prism, you do that on the Patreon, not in the chat. Cold Fire. Come on. You should understand this by now. Prism ended up almost entirely working for a small, like, indie artist called Bryan Adams. The vocalist, wait, what? Cows are starving to death? Ah, shit. I need to do this slaughtering because, my, they don't have enough space. Oh, well, that's fine. We'll just keep ripping them out. We'll go back. You've been to Chilliwack, but you've not heard of the band? Chilliwack actually has a song called If There Ain't No Audience, There Ain't No Show, which is the most, like, fuck, I feel this song ever written for me. It's a pretty short song. It's on their second to last album that they put out. They owned Mushroom Records. The vocalist and guy who wrote all their songs owned Mushroom Records, which was one of the biggest Canadian record labels for like in Western Canada for a very long time. Then they signed dozens of huge bands, or bands that would go to become big, were signed on Mushroom Records, and it's kind of sad because around the time when Mushroom Records was spinning up, the band Chilliwack kind of folded on the way to Harrison Hot Springs. Oh yeah, I went to Harrison Hot Springs a couple of years ago. My parents, I think, spent their honeymoon in Harrison Hot Springs. Anyway, Chilliwack has this song called If There Ain't No Audience, There Ain't No Show. And it's this really kind of sad, melancholic song about how, you know, they've had a long career and they've done many shows and they've sold out venues and they have many fans. But at the end of the day, if there ain't no audience, then there ain't no show. And the audience is disappearing. And it's very fucking real. I feel that song on an emotional level whenever I listen to it. It's one of the reasons I own that vinyl. Fucking feel that song, man. It's a good song, though. It's a good song. All right, so I've got some cows that need to be slaughtered. I'm going to move some of my unicorns over here. Or at least some of the unicorn foals. Because there's more food over there, and I don't want all my unicorns to starve to death. I don't care so much about the cows, but when they overpopulate, they stop being able to... When they overpopulate, they stop being able to survive. And they eventually start to starve to death. Trying to let these unicorn foals over there, which I've just reassigned. There they go. Bird just stole some food. Yeah, Prism and Chilliwack are kind of the two, like, 80s Canadian bands that you've maybe not heard of. Do we have Wolf Pups? We have a couple Wolf Pups, yeah. I think 2. A little hitch right there. Probably because of all the animals trying to path. They'll do that, yeah. Hold fire. They'll do that. All 3 of them. Oh no. You want to know what I just got a minute ago? The 2 emails stating that Dragon Man and Pete signed up on the Patreon 2 minutes ago. That's how long it takes for Patreon to send out emails of new patrons. That's how long it takes. You can't war train them, I don't think. I mean, I could, but it would be irrelevant. If anything, I should like hunting train them. Like dingoes can't be war trained. Yeah, there's one wolf pup. Yeah, no, they're not war trainable. Almost no animals are actually war trainable. No, it's not hostile. I mean, it's not hostile by design. It could be hostile. I could make it hostile. But I don't see the point in war training things when it's like, well, that's not technically the way the game's designed, and also, like, I don't need them to be war trained, so what's the point? What's the point? Nope. Longdeath is about long-term survival. Not about killing. 212 is the current year. And now we're into the summer. Do your dwarves mind treading through that lake? I mean, it's not a lake, it's a small stream, and no. It's like ankle deep water, not even. It's like a very small trickle. They're probably like skipping across stones in it. I doubt they're even touching the water or getting wet. Because it's not really a lake, it's a very small, shallow stream. So they're probably just like hop, skipping, and jumping across it without a second thought, really. Also, we're going to do the challenge and finish The Witness tonight. I think I've done enough of the big open puzzles out in the world. I think that's kind of the plan for tonight. So we'll finish that up. And then tomorrow we'll do a full day of Song of Six, which is the Patreon game that you guys voted on. And in the evening we'll do Jupiter Hell. That's for the next 2 days. Saturday we'll do Day Forts. And that's the plan. A shallow brook, yeah. Although I've had some people express their desire for me to build a big water feature down in the main layer by either pumping that up or pumping it down, and I'm not necessarily against the idea. Like, I've had some people suggest that I should try and build like a suspended water tank up here or something, which I could do. I'd be down for that. Maybe even with buckets, something very simple. Looks like we're doing a better job of recalling the population a little bit. It's gonna take a while though. Well, technically we do. Just I moved the tavern. So this right now is Misting Water down here, which is where I train with the military. I'm thinking about building another one to come up here. That'll be powered by wind from up here. But I want to get the library done first. So that's the next project after I finish the library, is pumping water up into here and then back down through. But that will take a lot of time to actually get constructed because I'll need proper drainage and whatnot. Probably around where the tables and instruments are. But it's going to take me a few weeks probably. Because I'm trying to, like, I can't just go about these big construction projects immediately, and for reasons that I've discussed, which is, you know, I need my dwarves to be making friends and making babies, not building big projects, because we already have everything that we need technically. So, yeah, I mean, it'll only work in the summer as the creek freezes in the winter, but yeah, it's something that I'll have to do smartly. Probably use the same drainage pipe as the other one. So I'll make it connect to down here, probably. So it'll drain into here. Probably from over here somewhere. Because over here would be, you know, well, actually a little bit higher up. Probably around here. So around here. And it'll probably drain back down into, or, you know, maybe around here and then kind of go that way. Was there an aquifer? No, there's no aquifer on this map. Or actually, there is one, but it's in the very top right of the map. I actually haven't hit it. It's like basically because right here is a separate biome. This biome actually splits around halfway through. This is a separate biome right here from here. And that one has a light aquifer in it, but I've never actually popped into it. So I'm way below it already. So I've never actually pumped into it. I was pretty careful to go around it when I was building Longdeath. Like a landmine waiting to happen. I mean, light aquifers are like a slow trickle. I don't think it would be much of an issue, but I'm just, it was there as like a maybe we'll need it as a well, but never really became something that we actively needed, you know? Oops, wrong piece. All right. Now we're constructing a bunch of stuff also. Yeah, that brook is quite literally all of the water we've ever needed. It's kept us supplied for a very long time. So I like how Halcyon Frequencies Discord has this pets room, pet pictures room, where you're supposed to post pictures of your pets, right? Einstensfy posts, does this random fancy chicken I found count? It's like, oh look, a fancy chicken. Because that's what all ground fowl are, is fancy chickens. All right, chat, I'm going to take a real quick toilet break. Can I just get a round of beers while these humans pop into the fortress? I will be back in a second. I just need to use the toilet. And thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out and dealing with my rambles and my rants and my complaining today, because there's been a lot of that. I'll be back in a sec.
for everyone!
I was like, why did the game pause again? Oh, it's because the treasure arrived. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I mean, I've definitely been startled by that one. To give you an idea on how loud it is in my headphones, I heard it from my toilet. Was doing what I needed to do, and then randomly just I hear cheese off in the distance. Like, okay. It's like, all right. Sometimes I wish I knew what my most popular sound commands and least popular sound commands were, but I think I do. Just based on when they're posted. Yeah, I know. I know! I know. And also, Sir Cannon Fodder, as you make progress on your little roguelike, don't forget to, like, here's another few pieces of advices. Post progress shots on the roguelike dev subreddit and the /r/roguelike subreddit. No. It's a, boo, you suck. It's just like we have the hell yeah and then the woohoo one, which are totally different. Tarn's Kobold is the best one. The Flopper Dupper Dagus. I mean, it kind of is.
It's a unit system. I know this.
I'm partial to
Nuclear vessels.
that one. I'm partial to. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood, please. When did I say no Temple of the Roguelike? I was simply suggesting places that get higher amounts of traffic these days. Yes, you could also, of course, post on Temple of the Roguelike. Again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to your stout dwarves. Just because something is not mentioned immediately doesn't mean it isn't acknowledged or accepted or assumed that people already know. Generally, with things like Temple of the Roguelike, it is assumed people already know. They actually tweeted out my my Jupiter Hell video. The My Brand video? I'm not sure what video you're talking about. But fair enough. How, you know, I'm not even gonna do the thing that I normally do, which is, you know, I can't look at that, right? Because, like, I don't want, and I don't know who's copyrighted what. And everybody's like, it's a 2-second meme video. It's not gonna get you claimed. And then I listen to it on stream, and then I can't monetize a video because it's like, this copyright holder owns this meme, has claimed your thing. I actually had that happen with a GIF once. I streamed a GIF that was on Reddit that was really funny. And, then a whole video got claimed, so I downloaded the VOD and edited out that like 30-second clip of me laughing at a GIF and then re-uploaded it. THX Lucasfilm sound is using AIM, that still counts? I mean, I guess. It's more THX branding than Lucasfilm, but... I mean, if you want me to watch meme videos, post them on the Discord when I'm not streaming. I'll watch them. I just want to sell all of my barrels. Da 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 da. Is also up there with best sound effects in a video game. Excellent. Oh, you know what I should sell these people? Window. I got tons of windows that are taking up a lot of stockpile space that I don't need. What's your favorite in the series? I haven't heard very many. I just know the generic riff. Most memes are pretty dumb, holy spokes. Most internet humor, in fact, is pretty dumb. Most humor is kind of dumb. Friend of mine just commented on one of my Jupiter Hell VOD that I put up yesterday. Oi, quit taking shots at Dark Souls. Because I was basically just like stating that, oh, you know, Dark Souls players think that their games are all that. They should try playing some hard roguelikes. I'm just like, well, I mean, mostly just taking pot shots are fun. I'm not being all that serious, but yeah, you know, I'll still stand up on that. Roguelikes are harder than Dark Souls. Do you know what the dwarves changing colors? Well, they're not changing colors. They're flickering. If they're going from bright to dark, it means that they are legendary. If they're changing shades, it means that they are a legendary dwarf. A legend dwarf. Depends on the roguelike. Yeah, well. I think at the time I was talking about DCSS and Caves of Cut and ADOM and those types of games. The legends, yes. If they flicker, they legendary. But most of the dwarves in this fortress are legendary, so they all flicker. Except poor Goffer, who isn't legendary at anything. It's like, ah yes, all of the legendary bone carvers. These are all green glass windows that we're bringing over. Dark Souls is a game about playing slowly and methodically. And learning patterns. Roguelikes are a series, or a style of game about brute force. And sheer resilience. Most people, well, maybe not most people, but a large portion of people who play Dark Souls finish Dark Souls. Very few people who play most roguelikes actually ever finish the roguelike. I mean, very thick primitive glass would let light through, but you couldn't actually see through them. Although I've had dwarves see falling goblins through gem glass windows. I don't think they actually get like light prevention stuff, and glass blocks they don't see through, but windows, I've had dwarves get startled by things on the other side of windows, so they do certainly seem to. That, or maybe it's just a proximity thing, I don't know. We gotten baby dwarves yet? No luck today, no. Jonah, no luck. No luck, unfortunately. I got a wolf puppy, though. A baby wolf right there. Look at that. It's a baby wolf. Not quite a baby dwarf, though. I'm suddenly just like, for some reason, imagining an educational roguelike where you have to play by typing words. And there's just like words on words on each tile, and you have to type in the word on the tile to move to that tile. Like a roguelike teaches typing game. I don't know why that just popped into my brain, but I feel like that would be fun. I feel like that could be fun. I have no idea. But my assumption is just they haven't, like, gotten married, but I've been seeing less and less weddings. Less and less weddings. But, you know, some dwarves like cannon fodder are married with significant others outside of the fort, and I need them to develop friends and, like, you know, get married within the fort, not like have significant others outside of the fort for those in those cases. And then these ones, a lot of these dwarves are just related, but they'll have friends from in the fort, but they don't act on them. So I don't know. I mean, not really. Not the way I'm imagining it, holy spokes, but whatever. All right. Looks like that's it for the glass. Let's wait for a few more of those panes of glass to connect. Here you go. Have that last one as a gift. And the dwarves go back to slaughtering all of the animals. But yeah, Jonah, I'm not sure. Maybe. I hope not. If so, then we may just be screwed. I don't know. So somebody just started streaming in the Dwarf Fortress directory, and their title is literally just not actually streaming Dwarf Fortress, streaming Unreal World. It's like, well, why don't you stream in the Unreal World directory then? What? Just go stream there then. There's a directory for that. The hell? That seems kind of strange to me. Is anybody else ever like shocked and kind of impressed that the people who make Sniper Ghost Warrior are still making Sniper Ghost Warrior games? Is anybody ever like shocked about this? Or is that just me? It's like those games have always been like, meh. But I feel like as long as I've been playing video games, Sniper and Sniper Ghost Warrior games have just like either been on random game shelves in game stores or just like been for sale in places, like on Steam. But like, if you just go type in Sniper, there's so many like random Sniper Ghost Warrior games. You should just pretend you're playing Fortnite, but like I'm not. I'm talking about these guys. CI Games, Sniper Contracts, Sniper Contracts 2. Well, I guess they made Lords of the Fallen, but like, where are these games? Sniper Ghost Warrior from 2010. Sniper Ghost Warrior 2. They also made Enemy Front. Sniper Ghost Warrior 3. They've also made like 2 other spin-off games of the Sniper Ghost Warrior games. There's like Sniper Open World. Oh, the Unreal World person? Yeah. I mean, there's somebody who's been streaming League of Legends in the Dwarf Fortress directory for a little bit, and I don't get it. It's like, come on, just like play your game in the right directory. Quit just like, you know, being silly. The humans are leaving soon. Making an iron ballista arrow. We're back into fall almost. Back into fall. I don't know. I guess at the end of the day, I just kind of to just like wipe all of the discussions we've had into the trash bin here. I guess kind of at the end of the day, I just really hope that this channel sees enough success during the launch of the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress that I'm able to sustain off that for a couple of years. Your day going as well as it can. I don't think I've had a good day, like a genuinely good day since 2018. Well, that's not, since 2019, actually. I don't think I've had a genuine good day. Like a day that's just been nonstop good from end to end with like no like weird pain or anything. Good things have happened, but I don't believe I've ever had a day that goes as well as it can. There's always something in every day that's like middling, disappointing, stress-inducing, depressing, or not ideal. And the more famous and the bigger my stream becomes, the more of those days seem to happen. It's this really weird fucking world. How you doing, Formal? It's good to see you. I've been in very much a rambly, depressed state all day. Just ask chat. Streamer's been like all over the place with the existentialism today. All over the place with the existentialism. What would be a more accurate way to ask that question in the future? Sup, white boy? I don't know. Fuck you, blind. You're ugly. There you go. I've been the epitome of a jolly host. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's how they describe me. Blind IRL, the epitome of jolly. Yeah, that's me. The most positive force on the internet. Forcing positivity into your day, whether you fucking like it or not. And if you don't like it, then take your head and stick it into a garburator. Nah. If it doesn't fit, cut it in half. You'll make it fit. A buzzard has stolen some cow roast. Oh, the fucking tragedy. As if I don't have more cow tala roast. Beat the joy into him. Yeah, there you go. Not smiling now. You will be in a minute. I don't know. All I hear is the screams of his head, of someone's skull cracking into 1,000 pieces. It's okay. They won't be screaming for very long. After that, all you'll hear is joy. That's got dark. I'm okay, Formal. I'm all right. I've been in a very rambly, babbly, depressed, scared, not stressed. I'm not necessarily stressed. I'm more just... I wish I wasn't like this. I didn't used to be like this. I wish I wasn't like this. I used to have happiness and hope. That went away a long time ago. And Cooley's gonna be like, I was here back in the day. He never had happiness. And I'll be like, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I'm just slaughtering unicorns. That's how my day's going. Although on the bright side, most of my unicorns aren't starving now. Some of them still are. I have too many unicorns, so they're just kind of slowly starving to death. Although most of them are getting slaughtered, so the problem should fix itself soon. You can never get them into my trap. I bought them from the elves in exchange for pots filled with prepared meals. They brought one, and then they brought another about 20 years later. Eventually, I got a breeding pair. That's how I have dingoes. That's how I have wolves. Although the wolves I bought from the humans. That's how I have a bunch of fluffy wamblers running around. I now have wolf pups. Multiple wolfy pups. Would you look at that? It's time to slaughter mom and dad. Sorry, mom and dad. I also have the two dingoes. Frame rate would like to disagree. Dawn of Minstrel. Frame rate would like to know your location. And I had almost 200 animals up until a minute ago, so. It may be under glitter and hoof, and the horns of righteousness. Wait. I shall die a glorious death under glitter, shine, magic, and hoof. Careful what you wish for. My king's fighting with a buzzard. The king says, this is a fight! And before the king dies to a fucking buzzard. Nope. He's fine. Although he is assembling ballistas for himself because he demanded it, so. Good on you, king. Assembling ballista arrows. Fucking rights. Damn well should be. Yeah, metal horns. Yeah, there you go. I Fluffy Wambler, the only natural predator of the Bronze Colossus. I kind of wish Bronze Colossi could breed. That'd be cool. But, you know. Yeah, no, that's basically how I've been recently. Formal. That's probably a pretty good descriptor of how Blind IRL has been doing. It's like, in a lot of ways, actually, this new schedule of taking 2 days a week off is actually helping my mental state a lot. I know that that might seem like a shock based on how I've been acting the last, 6 hours, but I think that these kind of real talk conversations about like numbers and stats and growing streams and like surviving financially in this industry, I think would have happened regardless of whether or not I shifted the schedule. And I don't think the shift in the schedule is actually having too much of an effect on my views necessarily. I don't think less people are tuning in because I don't stream on Mondays. I think it's just kind of the time of year and the fact that people are going outside again. But I don't know. There is always the very real fear of, will I be here in 6 months? Will the stream continue to be here? Can I afford to continue to be here? Will I still be able to do this full-time next year at this time? I hope. I always hope. There go the humans. Bye, humans. Don't fall off the bridge. Won't let the drawbridge hit you on the way out. Boy. Look at that little gaggle of humans on their way out. So happy. And there they go. This dwarf is dying of thirst on the way down. Dead unicorn is heavy. No deaths today, though. That's been good. It only takes a week for them to get out of the hole. What, me? What do you mean by them to get out of the hole? Cold fire. I don't know what we're talking about here, I guess. Oh, the traders? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funny when, like, I'll get, like, a tribute, and it'll take them literally 2 weeks to get in and out of the fortress. It's like, oh, it takes you, like, 2 weeks in-game time to get down and into the fortress, and then, like, a day to get back out. Because, like, they're carrying so much stuff, and they're just, like, hauling it in, and nobody's helping them. It's, like... Kind of funny, actually. Like, when you think about the scale of this fortress, it's sort of huge when you realize how quick days pass in Dwarfort. Do the merchants and guests sleep if they don't have a bedroom there? Well, merchants don't sleep, and I don't get any guests. But if I did, these are technically bedrooms that are hooked up to my tavern. So if I were to randomly get guests, they would get these opulent mastercraft beds next to opulent masterwork chests, which would be a really, really nice place to spend a day, I would say. Very close to the king's quarters, but we just don't get guests in this fortress, which is a bit of a bummer. Kind of wish that we would get like singers and stuff, but nope. No, that's not the thing that we get. How's our performer doing? Crow seems to quite like this job. You serve wine and interested watching performance, blissful sleeping in a good bedroom. Watched performance, blissful, disgusted, blissful, happy, excited, remembering performing. This dwarf serves alcohol and plays musical instruments. It's a good time. And dwarves are still slaughtering.
This is madness!
Loud noises. Welcome to the depression chamber.
Yeet.
How's things, Hobo? Welcome back. And the day, yeah, and the day-night cycles moving through real fast, yeah. That's basically what it is. Well, I mean, a day is about 30 seconds in Dwarf Fortress, right? Assuming the game's running at full frames. You may try to draw that. Why not? Go for it. I'm sure you'd do mighty well. I mean, I don't know. Bobo. Because it's your first time talking today? So thus, I welcome you to the chat room, not your room. It'll be a fun little doodle challenge, that's for sure. Cold fire. Oh, your room is your depression chamber? Yeah, well. I don't know. I've been rambling about numbers, growth, future of streams, the ability to, you know, oh, is the dopamine hit of getting upvotes making you want to do more? Coldfire? But yeah, no, it's very much that's been today. That's been today. It's been a lot of not necessarily just like, bah, I'm a sad. Not so much that. It's more like how do I, you know, how do we promote a stream like mine? It's hard. So we had lots of long discussions about that earlier. Because, you know, that's all. That's, I think, as long as you've watched my streams, it's been something that I've struggled with. It's like tale as old as time. It's like, if it was just a sheer number of hours question, I, in theory, should be probably one of the biggest channels on this site. Like, if we looked at total number of hours streamed in a year, I'm probably really high up there. But, you know, I've always done, like, the most niche things. So how the fuck do you promote a channel like that? But, yeah, so lots of discussion about that. Lots of discussion about that. Especially, like, last week. Like, last week was rough for me. I don't know. And it's hard to tell right now whether, like, how much of it is just, the fact that I've been streaming The Witness and the big shift in people getting vaccinated and being able to go outside again all of a sudden. Like, I think this summer is just going to be really tough on Twitch in general. But because I'm a smaller channel to begin with, the difference between 70 people watching a Twitch stream and like 45 people watching a Twitch stream is massive versus like 600 down to 450. You're still kind of doing okay. But every streamer you know is taking a massive hit. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. It's going to continue. I mean, when Twitch tripled in size. I feel like I talked to you about this, actually, Formal, when you approached me. I was like, right now is probably the best, but also easily the worst time you could possibly be starting to create content, because more people in 2021 created content than ever before. Or more people in 2020 created content than ever before, and now that we're into 2021, everybody's starting to stop watching. This summer is going to be brutal for me. So we'll hopefully survive it, but I mean we'll survive it, but that's why I selfishly hope that Steam Dwarf Fortress will just like drop in July, or just like June even. I don't think it will, but man, it would be nice. Man, it would be nice. But because like the more I look at what they've worked on and the stuff that they've announced, like I don't know how many of you guys watched that video that Tarn put up, or the video that I put up of me talking over the video that Tarn put up. I feel like they're getting there. It's like I know that like they're still working on adventure mode and shit, but I feel like they're getting there. Like I have a feeling we're past halfway. It's just I'm not sure how far past halfway we are. But I have a feeling that by like June or July, we'll have a pretty good idea of when the game's going to be out. Personally, I think it would be best if they waited until October if they were to release it this year, because that's the time where Twitch is busiest. The end of summer is when Twitch picks back up every year. Ow. I just whacked my elbow. I was itching my head and whacked my elbow. Bad thing to do. Don't do that. Wait, now my elbow hurt. Just very confused by why there's somebody streaming Unreal World in the Dwarf Fortress directory. Just go stream it in the Dwarf Fortress directory. What's wrong with you? See, this dwarf just made a friend. Yay! You made a friend. This dwarf has many friends. Now, just fucking get laid, you weirdo. I need dwarf babies. You're not doing very good on that. Yay, I actually won something. 6,000 hours, Peter. That's ridiculous, man. That's so much time. Holy shit. That is so much time. Only 3,000 to go? What, to be able to say over 9,000? I mean, I got over 9,000. I'm too powerful? For, oh, Because I'm over 9,000? Well, I mean... A little bit, yeah. A little bit, yeah. There we go. My unicorns can now come back over. Because they're finally safe. We're now down to 37 animals from like 130 something. Yeah, I stream a lot. If you go over to the YouTube channel, you'll see just how much I stream. I stream about 5 to 6 hours a DF most days. And then that's a what? A hoary marmot scaring my sheep. I don't understand why a marmot would scare my sheep, but all right, you big squirrel. Well, all my streams move over to YouTube. I don't stream simultaneously or anything, but my streams get uploaded to YouTube around 3-4 days later. So YouTube's always a little bit behind, but... $5 tickets, you're rich. Yeah, you made bank today, man. You made bank today. But that being said, Sierra, I am going to be switching games pretty soon. Stone, heads up. We've got the final tribute of the day, probably. From Basti Pame Nulanabo. Getting tired of this? Well, I mean, I've been streaming this for 6 hours and a bit. It's not getting tired, but like, could you play one game 8 hours a day every day for the rest of your life? So if you did, I think you'd probably go a little bit nuts, and I would too. So I play games that I'm interested in. That's how my stream's always been.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
You saw a what swoop down and grab a rodent as you crossed over? A hoe? A how? Are you trying to say a crow? What are you talking? What did you see? Swoop down and grab a rodent? Let me know when you're ready for me to stroll, Stone. Oh no, not indefinitely. No, I usually stream 2 games per day. Not indefinitely, no. Oh, a hawk. So, true story, right? My childhood cat used to... holy shit, a drake, a donkey, and a gander? Man, it's fancy. The cat had caught a rat or a mouse or something and was doing what cats do with dead rodents that they catch, and he was throwing it in the air. Just playing with it, wishing it would come back to life, right? He was out in the backyard playing with it, throwing it up in the air, and then out of frickin' nowhere, a bald eagle dive bombs the cat, catches the mouse mid-air, and flies off with it. And then the cat chased the bald eagle and tried to climb the tree that the bald eagle's nest was in. And then my mom threw a shoe across the backyard and hit the cat, and the cat ran away and stopped trying to chase the bald eagle for the mouse that it rightfully stole from the cat. That's the closest story I have to that. But good on the hawk. Good catch on the hawk. America stole a mouse, right? It's just like real life. But yeah, no. The way my schedule works, Sierra 06, is I start off at 9 in the morning. We listen to music and records for about an hour and 15, sometimes hour and a half. And then we usually play Dwarf Fortress after that for between 4 to 7 hours worth of Dwarf Fortress. And then I usually switch games and play something else in the evening. But no, I'm not switching indefinitely or anything. Although tomorrow I'll be playing a game that my Patreon voted on, which is Songs of Six, which will be fun. We'll be playing that, which is a kind of a big city builder-esque thing, which I'll be playing. And then we'll be back to DF on Saturday. You had a bald eagle steal a fish on your line once? You feel it? Really? Oh, wow, that's impressive. I don't know. I think if I had a fish on a line and a bald eagle fucking took it, like, you know what? More power to you, eagle. Good work. Gotta press dwarf here. Gotta get it training again. Stony, stony, stony. You sad dwarf. You were jogging one early morning and you had to tell a lady to get her small dog since there was a very large owl on the power line watching it. Oh wow, yeah. I've heard stories about like owls killing dogs. Small dogs specifically. When I say dog, I mean not really a dog, more like those sad excuses for a large rat. Chihuahuas. Disgusting creatures. Took all 35 meters of your fly line with it. Really? Oh, wow. I hope that that it was fine. I hope it didn't eat the hook or anything. That's kind of scary, actually. I didn't think about it taking the line. I feel like I would have just pulled a knife and cut the line immediately. Like that's what I would have tried to do. That's kind of sketch, actually. The local preserve came down and built them a home when you were like, oh, that's awesome. That's cool. My grandmother, her house has a subdivision behind her house, and then behind like 2 streets worth of housing, there is a big old forest, which is a protected park. And there's these 2 trees that the bald eagles nest in every year. And as long as I've been alive, every year if I ever go over to my grandma's house, there's always a bald eagle nest back there. Always. You call them puntables? I mean, yeah. I mean, the small dogs aren't necessarily yippy. I just kind of feel bad for small dogs because a lot of them have health problems. Like, dogs aren't supposed to be that small. Like, that's like a monstrous creation made by our species that shouldn't exist. Well, I kind of feel bad for them. Like, they're just terrified of all the giants around them all the time. Like, I don't know. I feel bad for their poor existence. I feel bad for their sorry existences most of the time. The house and the hawks are still at your parents' house. Saw them hanging 2 years ago, and they're probably still around. The tiny ones are constantly shaking and always have me thinking, yeah, right? Like, they just look so scared of the world. Let's see if I can find this article. There was an article that popped up early 2020, which is very funny. Here it is. This just reminds me of this. German brewery runs dry due to a nest of a stork family on chimney. The storks decided to make a nest right above their chimney. And storks are protected. So they had to shut down production until the storks decided to stop roosting and move their nest. Because it is illegal to damage, tamper with, or disturb roosting storks. So an entire brewery during 2020, like 2020 8/4, so like pretty early, like midway through 2020, this stork family just shut down an entire brewery in Germany because they just felt like making a fucking nest on it, which is brilliant. That was one of my favorite news articles that happened during 2020. It's like, family of storks single-handedly shut down an entire brewery for like 4 months because they decided to roost on the nest. Yeah, no, of course. You're not allowed to touch or do anything to endangered birds or rare birds' nests. Yeah, it's fucking brilliant, isn't it? So goddamn funny. And I remember reading about that and just, like, having a good old chuckle about it. It was one of the few, like, good hearty laughs I had in 2020. Very against alcohol. Yeah, turns out Stork's not a big fan of booze. Weird, right? Weird, right? I don't know. I found that very, 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 very funny. I've ended up with too much wood, so I'm actually going to sell a bunch of wood. Fuck this brewery in particular. Yep. Get storked on! Stork pranks. Yeah, it's good stories. Yeah, that's why some people used to put wagon wheels on their roofs, because storks would go for the wheel rather than the chimney. That's funny. That is very funny. I think that they should make a fake higher chimney. So like a fake chimney that they would. But apparently what they ended up doing actually was renovating and making a new chimney, like rerouting the chimney, and they ended up opening like within a couple of months. But it's still just kind of funny that they literally like shut down for a period of time and built a new chimney because of this fucking family of storks. Flycut says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. There's much to share. We've updated your information. We've updated your world maps. That stork was storking its nose into things. Farewell. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. What's the news? Well, rumors of my artifacts spread. Still the same human rumors. And we are still marching on Spider Desert. Imagine if rival business somehow lured the stork to nest there. I doubt it. From reading the article last year, the story basically was like the storks had nested on their roof a few times, but every time like they nested at a higher point on the roof, and this time they just decided to nest on the chimney. The gist that I got was it was kind of a slow over time process. That's the gist that I get, is it was kind of a slow over time process. Apparently, yeah. I mean, that's just what the article says. I wasn't there, nor had I seen it. My assumption is that they were probably in between brew cycles, meaning the tree would not be, or the chimney would not be spewing hot air in between brew cycles, because it would be a period of time where they are not brewing anything, which would, like, be enough time for them to set up a roost. Which is probably what happened. That would be my assumption anyway. There we go. Sold them a named sword. All right. yeah, I think that's about it for Longdeath for the day. So we did a little bit of effort on this. Next time we play Longdeath, we will finish up the roofing on this new library and get that fully set up. We're still waiting on babies. It's been a long time since the dwarves have had babies. Hopefully they'll have babies. And next Dwarf Fortress stream will be on Saturday. Because tomorrow we'll be playing Song of Six all day. With probably Jupiter Hell in the evening. But I think we are calling it a day on Longdeath for the day. Because this is around the time where we cool off with DF. So if you're here specifically for Dwarf Fortress, I don't think anybody else is streaming Dwarf Fortress right now. Doesn't look like it. There's that one person playing Unreal World. But I do have a YouTube channel where my VODs end up. And there is more Dwarf Fortress on that YouTube channel than you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime. So, you know, go watch that. If you want to watch more DF specifically. If you like the DF stuff I do and would like to support me directly, I have a Patreon. You can do that there. And for the remainder of this stream, we're not done yet. We're just switching games. I'm going to go play The Witness. And we're going to go do the endgame challenge and try and finish the video game. Because we are damn close. So we shall do that. How's that sound?